Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here at City Hall. We apologize for the late start in tonight's meeting. If we can call this meeting to order, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, the salute to the flag, and the invocation. If Councillor Harris, Councillor Ives, and Councillor Rivera, if you can lead us accordingly.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to read a poem from Bonnie Moore tonight. It says, "Life is not a race, but indeed a journey. Be honest. Work hard. Be choosy. Say thank you, I love you, and great job to someone each day. Go to church, take time for prayer. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. Let your handshake mean more than pen and paper. Love your life and what you've been given. It is not accidental. Search for your purpose and do it as best you can. Dreaming does matter. It allows you to become that which you aspire to be. Laugh often, appreciate the little things in life, and enjoy them. Some of the best things really are free. Do not worry, less wrinkles are more becoming. Forgive, it frees the soul. Take time for yourself, plan for longevity. Recognize the special people you've been blessed to know. Live for today. Enjoy the moment." Are there any special requests this afternoon? Councillor Trujillo.
Thank you, Councillor. I wanted to send condolences to the family of Gil Martinez. Most of you know Gil Martinez works within the city clerk's office on the passing of his mother, Lucella. Lucella was a beautician here in Santa Fe for many years, and she owned the Capri Beauty Shop, so condolences to the entire family.
Anyone else? If we can have a moment of silence. Amen. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to item 5, roll call.
Mayor Gonzalez,
Present.
Councillor Dominguez, Councillor Harris, Councillor Ives,
Here.
Councillor Lindell, Councillor Maestas,
He is excused.
Councillor Rivera,
Here.
Councillor Trujillo,
Here.
Councillor Villarreal.
Present.
Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. And just also just note for the record that Councillor Maestas is en route and should be here hopefully within the hour. All right, moving on to item 6, approval of the agenda. Brian?
Mayor, I have one item. I don't necessarily want to pull it, but I wanted to touch on item on the consent afternoon agenda, consent agenda 10, S as in Sam, 3. There's a budget adjustment request that's in the packet. And those of you that are in finance, if you'll recall, as it was approved at that time, the funding sources stayed the same, but the mechanism for funding the $80,000 has been adjusted. Each of you should have received a budget adjustment request from the finance department. So I don't necessarily want to pull that item from the agenda for discussion, but I wanted to call it to your attention that what's in your packet is not the current budget adjustment request, but it should not affect anything. It's that the $80,000 is the same dollar amount.
So it's more of an informational item on
item.
that item. Okay.
So if that item is approved, it will be approved with a budget adjustment request as approved by and discussed at Finance Committee and as emailed to the councilors, and each of you should have a copy of that as well. And then, Mayor, would you like me to pull?
Yes, if you can.
In Councilor Maestas' absence, he asked me to pull 2 items from the afternoon agenda, consent calendar 10K and 10L, as in Larry.
You know, what we'll do is we'll hold off on addressing and having those pulled. We'll just note that for the record for the consent calendar. Any other changes on the agenda?
None at this time.
Second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Moving on to the consent calendar, and the manager is requesting on behalf of Councilor Maestas that we pull items, which ones again, Brian? I?
K as in Keith, and L as in Larry.
Okay, other items to be pulled? Councilor Trujillo?
Thank you, Mayor. Item P as in Paul.
Others? Councilor Villarreal?
Thank you, Mayor. O, just to clarify some of the new amendments.
Councilor Rivera?
I just want to be added as a sponsor to N as in Nancy. And that was it, Mayor.
Councilor Dominguez? Oh, sorry, Councilor. You want, okay, good.
Melissa, would you add me to N as well, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Counselor Dominguez. Counselor Harris. Counselor Ives.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Trujillo.
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal. Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Moving on to item 8, approval of the minutes. Oh, thank you, Kiwanis. You guys are all good to, were they pulled? They weren't pulled? Hold on. They weren't pulled? Right, they weren't pulled from the agenda, so they can, yeah. Yep, so you guys can leave. Thanks. Thank you, guys, right. Appreciate everything you're doing for the town. Thank you. Okay, moving on, approval of the minutes. Are there any changes at this time?
Mayor, there are no changes at this time.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, if we could just ask members of the public, if you want to visit, if you could visit outside so the council can conduct its business. No presentations. Moving on to the consent calendar. Brian, do you know the reasons why Councilor Maestas was requesting item K?
Mayor, I do. Item 10K, he wanted to recuse himself, and that's, I understand, his sole purpose of pulling it. The company he works for is a subcontractor on this project, and he wanted to recuse himself for this vote.
Okay.
So just a
Move
point
for
of order,
approval.
just a point of order, Mayor. We don't have to actually vote on that recusal, right? We just, okay. Just his absence alone is,
And obviously, for the record, it was entered into the purpose of recusal. So, Councilor Trujillo.
Are we going to move for approval on it, or no? We don't need to.
Yep.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion, roll call.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Ives.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Trujillo.
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal. Counselor Dominguez. Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, moving on to item L. Brian.
Mayor, I believe Councilor Maestas had some comments on this. He wanted to acknowledge all the hard work the staff has done pushing this forward. I don't know if he has any specific questions, so I'd recommend, in his absence, putting that to the end of the consent items until the end of the consent agenda. So we'll move forward with the next item, which will
I
be
think if he was looking,
and then
if he was looking to offer, he was looking at more to congratulate staff as opposed to questions.
That's my understanding, but I don't know if he has any questions.
All right. You guys all right with holding this stuff a little bit? Okay. Let's see if we can give him some time. Moving on to item O. Councilor Villarreal and Councilor Harris.
Oh. Do you want to go first? Okay, well, it's actually related to just a few, I think, more just wordsmithing and some changes of language that I accept, and I don't necessarily need to go through all of it tonight. It was really just language cleanup and then some changes. So the one change that I think we should just maybe reword is on page 4, line 11. And it's under duties and responsibilities. Under A, it's work with legal experts in the field of public finance, banking, and law to determine, and it should read, the regulatory constraints that are applicable under the legal structure of the public bank, as well as a legal opinion from the city attorney. And that was the only one that I wanted to somewhat tweak then, based on what you received. If you look on your desk, you have the marked up copy, the track changes, and it's probably easier to look at than what's on our packet material. And just for clarification, we were trying to figure out the setup of how the designee or the chairperson would be designated. So the mayor, with the approval of the governing body, shall designate the chairperson, and the vice person shall be designated by the chairperson. And that was just a clarification. And then as staff, staff will identify and utilize a third-party facilitator who, in coordination with the chairperson, shall lead the task force meetings. And that was one other change, just to clarify, that I thought was important, that we had some confusion about last meeting. So other than that, I'm willing to accept all the amendments with the exception of the word change. That was page 4, line 10. So that was the only one that I wanted to change, but all the other ones that Councilor Harris suggested and some of the finance staff suggested, I'm okay with.
If I may, yes, Mayor, I agree with what Councilor Villarreal has proposed in terms of the change on page 4, so we're fine. What I'd like to do is just take a couple minutes and explain the thinking behind some of my amendments, if I may. This is, the whole public banking initiative has been around long before my time. It goes back to 2014. This is an incredibly important discussion and potential development. I'm glad that people have stepped back and really worked through it, even after receiving the feasibility study, looked at it. I feel like the resolution and the next steps that are outlined, are appropriate, and but I think everybody has to approach it with a real sense of kind of a rigorous examination of what it may mean. So my amendments really have to do, when I suggested changing the word from would benefit to could benefit, because the feasibility study is very clear in their language. They use language such as potential. They use the word could as well as suggests. And so they're very clear that there are some perceived benefits, but much of the perceived benefits that they outline have to do with what the city finance department and what the city government has within its own means to accomplish. And the resolution acknowledges that. That was the reason for my first proposed change, where I asked to continue the ongoing enhancement of responsible stewardship. That has been going on for the last year under the guidance of Mr. Johnson and others. And certainly the steps that are outlined in the resolution really want the staff to complete that process, to really verify what's been done, to see if there's any other additional opportunities. So I felt that's an important consideration and it need to be acknowledged. I did ask for the word risk to be inserted at a certain point. That would be on page 4, line 7. Really in the first statement for the duties and responsibilities of the task force. The task force shall consider the processes, resources, risks, and timelines. There's certainly risk associated with a venture such as this. The feasibility really outlines in a couple pages, the feasibility study, I should say, outlines in a couple pages some of the risks that need to be understood and mitigated. And certainly our resolution needs to acknowledge that the risks must be factored realistically. They have to be understood and managed. So I appreciate the sponsor's acceptance of that. And the last thing I wanted to mention really had to do with language that I proposed that shows up on page 5, lines 9 and 10, where it reads, identifies the one-time as well as recurring costs associated with the creation and operation of a public bank. You know, this is the task force for the folks who accept that responsibility have a tremendous job in front of them. And certainly identifying the one-time as well as the recurring costs associated with the public bank should be included in that, and I appreciate the fact that the sponsor accepted that language. I've talked with Councilor Villarreal a little bit. I do have a couple additional concerns. Didn't feel like we needed to amend any further, but I felt like the timeline might be a bit aggressive. So if we just have an understanding that, and really most of the timelines really are triggered by the first meeting. So however long of the task force, I should say. So however long it takes to organize that task force and for staff to do their work, really the hard work of the task force really won't start until that first meeting. But even then, I think we need to be aware that we need to provide a little bit of flexibility for them. It's been a long time coming to this point. I don't think we really need to rush it. There's not an arbitrary deadline that we have associated with this. So let's just make sure we give them the time to do the work that they're charged with doing. Beyond that, you know, I'm in favor of the resolution as amended.
Mr. Villarreal,
Thank you,
would you
Mr.
like to
Chairman.
make a motion?
Yes, I would. But before I do, if just curious if Councilor Harris wants to be a co-sponsor now that you've added so much input.
How can I deny
Yeah.
a request such?
Great.
Such as
Thank
that.
you.
All right,
Thanks for
thank
your
you.
input, and I agree. We're at the point where we just need to make sure the timeline. It is going to be a rigorous process, but I think the folks that we that are selected to be on the task force will be up to the challenge. And other than that, I just wanted to say it was a pleasure working with our community members. This was a community-based and driven process, and there's a lot of people in the audience that I appreciate your support. And just want to acknowledge Banking on New Mexico and also Brass Tax Team, because they were very instrumental in getting a lot of language and working on the nuances and making sure that we all felt comfortable with this particular resolution. And in particular, I'd like to acknowledge Elaine Sullivan, Nicole Lyken, Mary Shrubin, Carmen Lopez, and former Councilor Chris Calvert, because they were instrumental in working with me to be the primary sponsor. And thank you for my co-sponsors as well. Looking forward to the next step.
Form of a motion?
And I move to approve with amendments.
Councilor Harris, you second?
Second.
All right, Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. I don't know if Adam's here, but I heard you say something about the timelines being associated with the task force. However, the first, and I'm reading off what was on our desk. It says, within 30 days, the City Finance Department will provide a written report to the governing body. Adam, I assume this is something that can be done within 30 days?
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, myself and staff are confident we can produce that report.
Okay. And then the other one was on the next page where it says, be it further resolved that the mayor will appoint with approval of the governing body members of the task force within 60 calendar days of adoption of this resolution. I assume, Councilor Villarreal, that we probably have plenty of people that are going to be on that task force and be willing to apply within that 60 days.
I feel confident there'll be people that are interested, and we've already had people express interest. And obviously, we're not making any nominations, but we ask those that are interested to submit your resume and letter of interest when the time comes. And we'll be notifying the public through a press release and on our social media to let people know when that time comes. And we're accepting applications.
Thank you. And that was my last concern, is that I don't want the public to feel like because the timelines are so aggressive that we're trying to sneak this thing through, try to get it through quickly. I know it's been out there for a while, since 2014. but there'll still be some people out there that believe that because of the aggressive timelines that we're trying to rush this through for some reason. So I want just the public and everyone out there to know that that's not the case, that this is just the next step in the process, and that we'll be monitoring and looking for answers to some of the questions we have. So thank you. With that, I do support. So thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Do you have a question, Adam or Alexandra? All right. Just before we call the vote, I want to thank Councillor Villarreal for picking up this effort and really ushering it to this point. When we announced this and with the support of the City Council, I think that the point was that being the fiduciary agents of public funds also meant making sure that we identified the best ways to care for the public's funds. And I think we've recognized that the same old isn't working when it comes to how we account and care for the taxpayer money. And what I appreciate about this effort by this City Council is being willing to step outside of the norm, move into an area that not a lot of governments across this country have stepped out into, to really ask the honest question, can we do this? Go through a methodical process of does it make business sense for the community to do it? And this is a critical step in answering that question, which is appointing a citizens task force to address the issue of feasibility. So thank you, Councillor Villarreal. Councillor Harris, thank you for working on this, and certainly to the City Council for the last 2.5 years that since the early days has not been afraid to put not only investment but time and effort to asking the question, is it much better that we have a public bank here in Santa Fe than not? So well done, and looking forward to the task force's work. Roll call.
Mayor, councilors, I just wanted to point out that in the amendments, there's a conflict between number 6 on Councillor Harris's and number 4 on Councillor Villarreal's. If you look on page 3, line 23 of the red line I passed out, Councillor Harris adds into that last sentence and legality, whereas Councillor Villarreal just strikes that sentence entirely. So,
which one?
Page 3, line
23 of the red line document.
So I think we addressed that on page 4 and under duties and responsibilities for A, where we talked about getting a legal opinion from the city attorney and making sure that we have look at the regulatory constraints that are applicable under the legal structure of the public bank.
My recommendation would be to go with Councillor Villarreal's and just strike that sentence.
Mr. Harris? The second motion, are you?
Yeah, I had missed that, and I think I'm okay with it because perhaps if you would just on page 4 under A, read that statement in its entirety as you propose, Councillor Villarreal.
So it says, work with legal experts in the field of public finance, banking, and law to determine the regulatory constraints that are applicable under the legal structure of the public bank, as well as legal opinion from the city attorney.
Councillor Harris, part of phase 1, just as you consider it, was to address the issue of are there legal issues that prevent us from being able to go forward and fully address this issue? And I think that what came back out of the first set of studies was, in addition to a series of options that the Finance Department has entered into, is that there are no legal barriers to be able to pursue the feasibility, and ultimately, if the council decides to request the charter be put into place. And so I think that the issue of it, if it is legal, was part of a phase 1 effort that reintroduces a question that we've already not only put some money into, but spent quite a bit of time in answering.
So in other words, you believe under page 3 that really the city attorney has provided a legal opinion?
They've not provided a legal opinion, but I think the question of and I think Councilor Villarreal is keeping that in place. The question is, if it is legal, and I think that
Right.
was phase one, was to, before we would spend money and go to a feasibility analysis, we wanted to see if there were any prohibitions to moving to this point. And what came back through various lawyers in the community and under our review is that there was nothing that would prevent the city to request to be chartered as a bank. And that was the first phase of this. And I think by reintroducing the language in this amendment that you have, if it is legal, is an issue that we've already gone beyond.
Yeah, and that's fine. We can drop that. But I guess I think, under, what staff is charged with, really most of it's specific to the finance department. But, this does say, it's proposed to be struck, the city attorney shall provide an opinion as to the feasibility and legality of establishing a public bank in Santa Fe. We've gotten some lowercase opinions. In other words, just taking the pulse of different attorneys who have expertise in these matters. But this really, to my way of thinking, is looking for an uppercase opinion.
So, on that point, the reason why we had struck it from this section is this particular area was to have finance department reiterate about some of the things that we've already changed as it related to the recommendations in the feasibility study, and that they would report to us about what has already been done as you read on. And then the goal was, that we actually have a legal opinion through the process, and I don't want it to have before we create the task force, that it would be during the process of the task force, so that when we look at the legal ramifications and we work with legal experts, that we also have our expertise and get a legal opinion from our city attorney during the process with the task force.
Okay. Perhaps we could ask Ms. Brennan if that's her understanding of the resolution, the way it's amended.
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Harris, I would expect to render an opinion in any event when asked. And I think the idea through my conversation with Councilor Villarreal was that they wanted to flesh out what I would be opining on before seeking that opinion.
So in other words, the process you anticipate is really well characterized in the amendments?
I believe so. It calls for an opinion of the city attorney, which, as I say, I would have to give in any event. So the question is sort of fleshing out what the construct would be and then opining as to that.
Okay, very good. Then I understand and I agree. Thank you, Mr. Guillen, for pointing out the
Yes, thank you.
conflict. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, roll call.
Councillor Ives?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell? Councillor Rivera?
Yes.
Councillor Trujillo? Councillor Villarreal?
Yes.
Councillor Dominguez? Councillor Harris? Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion
Phase
is
two.
approved.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on to item P, consideration of resolution number 2017-33.
33?
Councilor Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, anything with the New Mexico Department of Transportation, I just want to acknowledge I do work for the NMDOT. I used to oversee these cooperative agreements. I no longer do, so therefore there is no conflict of interest, so I will move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Councillor Lindell? Councillor Rivera?
Yes.
Councillor Trujillo?
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal?
Yes.
Councillor Dominguez? Councillor Harris? Councillor Ives?
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
All right, moving on to
Item 11. Oh, he's not back yet.
let's go ahead and take up Councilor Maestas' point. I do think it was more to congratulate the staff, and he's not here yet. So is there a motion by the council or is there a request?
Move to approve.
Discussion? Roll call.
You bet. Councillor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Trujillo?
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal? Counselor Dominguez? Counselor Harris? Counselor Ives?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Okay, moving on to item 11, request for approval of appointment of municipal court pro tem judges. Ann Yalman, Anthony Tupler, Paul Biederman, Stephen Pfeffer, and Dan Sanchez. I'm not sure if I see Judge Vigil in the... All right, is there any questions by the council? All right.
Second.
Roll call?
Counselor Trujillo?
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal? Yes. Counselor Dominguez? Yes. Counselor Harris? Yes. Counselor Ives?
Yes, and I would note that it's a bit like the district court light.
It is. Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
All right, we're going to move on to item 12, which is a public hearing that regards the city's annual budget. Councilor Chairman Dominguez, is it all right if we move to the public hearing before you make a presentation to the council and the recommendation of the Finance Committee? All right, we're going to move into the public.
Just to note, Mayor, this is actually the second public hearing we've had on this item.
Thank you, sir.
Nobody showed up to the first one.
All right, we're at the public hearing phase of this issue. How many folks would like to address the council regarding the public hearing as it relates to the budget? Just one. Come on up if you want to address the city council regarding. This is going to be the public hearing for both the resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe annual operating budget and org chart, as well as the resolution adopting a City of Santa Fe fiscal year 5-year capital improvement budget. So if you're a member of the public and would like to address the council, please come on up. 2 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. My name is Tomas Rivera. I am the Executive Director of Chainbreaker Collective.
And real quick, Tomas, before you get started, just for the interest of the public, we're going to allow 2 minutes for your presentation. If there's more stuff that's pertinent to this council's consideration, we'll allow for some time on that, but try and get to the points really quick so that we can make sure we're able to thoroughly discuss the budget.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Tomas.
Chainbreaker is a membership-led economic and environmental justice organization. You are all familiar with us. We wanted to just come and let you know, first and foremost, thank you for the work that the entire council has done on this budget. It is quite a step away from last year's budget. We're very happy to see that. In particular, we're happy to hear proposals by Councilor Villarreal for money to reinstate for the rental assistance program here in Santa Fe. We think that is incredibly important. That's something that's going to benefit low-income working families all over the city. It's something that was painful to see get taken out of the budget. We're interested and we're curious to see where that money is going to come from. If it's, we're hoping that it can come from the $1.2 million surplus. If not, we would like to see a really solid plan for where it comes from and how that's going to be implemented and what the timetable for that is. We're certainly hoping that we can hear something tonight and leave tonight with a solid plan for where that money will come from and how it will be used. And so, again, we thank you for the prioritization of that. Also included in the budget is the landlord-tenant hotline, money for that as well. I think that that is going to be critical for folks in our community as well. So we wanted to thank you for that. And also, we know that transit has gotten their budget. We know that money for buses is absolutely critical, and it's my understanding that there's some money to replace some buses that are in desperate need of replacing. So we encourage you to vote those through. And once again, the money for rental assistance, we definitely encourage you to have a very concrete, solid plan to see where that money is coming from and how it can be implemented. And once again, thank you to the councilors for making that be part of this, and to the entire governing body for making this budget session happen. Thank you.
Mayor Gonzalez, Chairman of the board, and other council members. My name is Bernadine Padilla, and I come before you to speak on behalf of some of my coworkers. Santa Fe's culture and quality of life attracts tourists and employers alike. It's a beautiful city. Garbage pickup, maintaining our parks, streets, and producing safe, clean, amazing tasting water happens due to the hard work of city employees for both residents and visitors to our city. We in our department recently lost a coworker to another city department to obtain a pay increase. This is typical of city employees moving to other departments. We have a high cost of living. Our insurance rates increase yearly. A lot of departments don't have upward mobility, so they need to transfer to other departments. I know a lot of employees in the city have pride in their jobs and pride in the departments that they work in, and I know that they would want to stay in their departments if they, continue to get raises on a regular basis. The government, I understand, does not participate in performance-based incentive pay increases like the private sector does. So I feel that it's very important to provide sufficient raises for employees when you're able to. I know that you have worked hard on the budget. We see that in our department as well. I know that it's hard to balance a budget, but I hope that you will consider going beyond the minimum 2% raise that has been identified by the finance department and consider the 5% increase. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. As most of you know, I'm Greg Smith, the Division Director in the city's Land Use Department, 20-year city employee. I've addressed in more detail during the previous budget hearings the issue of equitable gaps in the cost of living adjustments over recent years with regard to the classified non-union employees. These are not department heads, they are division directors, leaders, they are confidential and other employees across a broad range of the salary spectrum. I've noted that the supplemental documents in front of the council tonight include some analysis with regard to budgeting for pay raises for the different bargaining units. Remind the council that there is not a bargaining unit per se for the classified non-union employees. Encourage the council to add language in the budget approval directing that some of those funds that are budgeted for pay raises be directed towards equitable adjustments to the cost of living discrepancy between the classified non-union employees and the bargaining units. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the governing body. My name is Michelle Gutierrez. I'm with ASME Local 3999. Been with the city 18 years. I'm also with the Public Works Department, Stormwater, and I'm here because I'm dedicated to my membership, and I would like for you to listen to my dedicated members today regarding the 5% raise. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon.
Good evening, board. My name is Jesus Rodriguez. I work at the Water Utilities Billing. Good afternoon. I'm hoping you're all doing well tonight. Number one, I want to thank Mr. Mayor Gonzalez for recognizing that it's been too long since the city employees have received a meaningful and dignified salary increase. Regardless of the finances, Mayor Gonzalez understood and believed that we, the hardworking men and women who make Santa Fe run, deserve a 5% raise. We encourage the council to go beyond the minimal raise funding identified by the finance department and dedicate some of our surplus to our employees so we can negotiate a reasonable and overdue raise. It has been too many years since Santa Fe's blue-collar transit clerical employees have seen a raise. Obviously, costs costs keep rising, healthcare, groceries, and yes, even Coca-Cola. Raises are not built into the local 399's contract. We must negotiate for them each year. Last year, the local 399 was the only union or group of employees who offered to sacrifice in order to balance the budget. Santa Fe's culture is and quality of life attracts tourists, employers alike. It is a beautiful city, picking up the garbage, keeping our parks green and safe, maintaining the streets and lights, making sure the water is clean and delicious is our work as city employees. Makes Santa Fe happen. Please go beyond the minimum. A 2% raise identified by the finance department does not make up for the years we slid backwards when raising out of pocket costs continue to make our families tighten our belts. We are losing great people who are lured away by jobs at the county, the state, and private businesses. Those skills are hard to replace. Please identify more funds so that the city team, our union negotiation team, can craft a real overdue wage increase that goes above the bare minimum of 2%. I am speaking up and being active in my union because I care about this community. I care about my friends, my family, my coworkers, and you can't continue to operate this city safely, professionally, if we don't retain the best workers with a respectful wage increase. 2% simply won't pay the rent. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and Mr. Manager, and the public. My name is Therese Martinez, and I work for Community Services. I have one word that can express the feelings of most of the city employees at this time, and that is frustration. Frustration for working hard and putting in your 8 hours or 10 or more hours and not feeling like you're being heard at the least, or being acknowledged at the most, or having your needs addressed at the best. It has been quite a length of time since city employees have had a raise, and we've been heard. Thank you for that. Now that we've been heard, it's been acknowledged that a 5% raise would be around $4.1 million. For all the employees, that's union, non-union, and police and fire. And we've been hearing now 2%. I'd like you to hear what 2% sounds like according to the listings for the city salaries for employees. The lowest salary at the present is $7.50 minimum wage. The highest salary at the city for an employee is $68.65. On the average, that should be about $38. But the average person that makes about $38 are the top 100 employees. There are 1,401 positions listed in the salary base at the City of Santa Fe website. And of that, only 100 make over $38 an hour. Of the other employees, the majority of them, close to 1,000, make $25 and under. That means that the average salary is really more like $16.25. And what that looks like for a 2% is that somebody earning $7.50 an hour would be getting about a 15-cent raise. Somebody getting $68.65 would be getting $5,000 more per year. That's approximately $17 more. And so what we're asking for is we need something that will level it out more. Between the inflation rate, which on the average, according to the New Mexico Economic Survey, it's 1.4 average per year between 2009 and 2011. That's 4.2 over a 3-year period. And then compared to the cost of living, a single person with no children should be making somewhere around $31,557. And that comes to about $15 per hour. And this appears with what our real cost of living for us is when we go into the supermarket, when we go to the gas station, when you're trying to pay for college, when you want to put your child on a sports team, or even just pick up clothing at a local retailer. And the cost of living is more like, what are you paying for your groceries? How much does it cost to fill up your car? And according to the USDA, the cost of living, according to the USDA, the price of food has gone up 6.1% between 2012 and 2016, with the highest price being like eggs and beef and vegetables. And this has risen for the last 5 years. So if you're looking at 2% and you take off approximately 20 to 30% for your insurance, for your Medicare, your taxes, your medical insurance, your vision, everything for a city employee that makes $7.50, you're getting at the end of your one pay period approximately $6. And when you take off the taxes, about $1.68 more per pay period at 2%. So that seems to me, if you're getting $1.68 more every 2 weeks, that's at 2%. 3% would be 23 cents versus 15 cents. 4% would be 30 cents. 5% would be 38 more cents per hour. I think that the frustration is very evident, and it stems from the everyday activities of an employee. We want to make sure that you can see that the frustration stems from another day of trying to make ends meet, and that our families are being taken care of. So please, councilors, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, we've been heard, we've been acknowledged. Now please give us your very best by addressing our needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's a lot easier to talk about a raise than fight for a raise. And I want to thank you for at least providing us the opportunity to talk about a raise. But while you deliberate and while we've all heard really good arguments, I also wish and hope that you would consider that Santa Fe's economic engine is based on tourism. But there's also a second part of that engine that we all seem to forget, and that's government plays a large part of Santa Fe's economic engine. So while you think about the amount that you're going to provide to the employees, 2%, 5%, and I hope it's the latter, remember that an investment in your employees also has a very powerful investment in our economic base, because our spending power goes up and goes right back into the community. So I just wanted to add that as you guys deliberate on what you choose to provide to your employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gonzalez, City Councilors. I am the Planner Supervisor in the Historic Preservation Division. I'm requesting that you consider my budget proposal. In 2007, the Historic Preservation Division was created, and we still do not have a director in that division. And I've had a lot of turnover in staff. I can barely keep a staff a year, and that's because, as you know, historic preservation is a very controversial topic. But put aside the topic, the workload is so stressful, I can't keep staff members. So in this year of our international recognition, please consider right-sizing the Historic Preservation Division. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public like to address the council? Okay. I was just to say the public hearing is closed. So the public hearing is closed, and Councilor Dominguez to lead the discussions on the resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe's 2017-18 annual operating budget.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go to make a motion, then I'm going to ask to be able to make a few comments after I make the motion, and assuming I get a second. And just so that the Finance Committee knows, I've worked the language a little bit to give us a little bit more flexibility in really everything that we're doing. We've accomplished everything that the Finance Committee is recommending. But let me just go ahead and just make the motion, and then we can have some discussion. So I move to approve the Finance Committee recommended fiscal year 17 operating budget, which includes the following: the equivalent of a 2% pay increase for all city employees, and provides seed funding for future employee pay increases, whether by a merit system or COLA, to be approved by the governing body as outlined in the city manager's memo dated 4/17/17. That in December, this is part of what was not in the Finance Committee, that in December, when the governing body reviews the budget, if there are additional revenues available for appropriation, the governing body will consider appropriating revenues for additional increases in compensation. The COLA increase for tax-supported staff is to be funded by an operating mill levy of property tax equivalent to the debt mill levy no longer imposed as a result of the 2008 general obligation bond defeasance, and reserves the general fund surplus of $1.2 million as part of the contingency plan for the Santa Fe University of Art and Design. And hopefully I get a second, Mayor, and I can make some comments.
Get a second for discussion.
Second.
All right, on the discussion, Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank staff at all levels, not only for participating as much as they have, but for really embracing the idea that we were not going to be doing business the way we've done it for the last number of years. I especially want to recognize AFSCME for being here and for speaking out, because for years we have not really heard much from AFSCME. We've come a long way from talking about flat budgets and furloughs, and cuts were not even part of the discussion in this year's budget. So we've come a long ways. But with that, there's obviously a lot of work that needs to be done. I also want to thank the Finance Committee for their work throughout the year, not only during the budget hearings, over 30 hours of discussion on the budget, talking about not only the fiscal stability of the organization, but revenue forecasts, the nature of the economy, the world economy, and all the other things that are going on in the country today. So thank you all for the work that you've done and that you've put in on this budget. And I would hope that the rest of the governing body would recognize the work that the governing body, or that the Finance Committee, has done in addressing some of this budget. I want to also thank the public for participating in the citizens review. That obviously is just the beginning of a lot of work that still needs to be done, but I think that we've turned the corner. This organization is now structurally sound when it comes to its finances. I believe that we've set the stage for more consistent cost of living adjustments in the future. So instead of looking at flat budgets and talking about cuts, we have a path to hopefully providing an increase on a more regular basis. And then there's one last step that we need to talk about that will be probably in December, and that is how we deal with the end-of-year fund balance. I just want to recognize that when it comes to the hardworking men and women of this organization who really provide the service to the public on an everyday, 24 hours a day, this Finance Committee did hear your first request in asking for a pay increase, and so we've looked at that. And I'll let the mayor address the 5% pay increase if you'd like to later on. But we certainly have taken it seriously, and we have, as I said, instead of talking about cuts and furloughs and all those other things, we've set the stage now to provide a pay increase now and even for the future. But with that, there is a lot of work to be done. There's compaction that needs to be taken care of, right? There's the tiered pay system that I think some of us kind of have talked about and want to go to. We certainly heard that from the public tonight, and we did talk about it at during the budget hearings. And of course, the equitable gaps in classification. So although we're not where we all would like to be, I believe that this is a responsible move forward in making sure that we have a responsibly balanced budget and that recognizes the many, many priorities that this community has. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll start with Councilor Rivera, and we'll give Councilor Meneses a chance to catch up.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Meneses is here.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all the city employees for being out here tonight. Clearly, you care about this city, and we see that every day. You know, we're still limited by what we can do, but I appreciate you all being here. I'd also like to thank the Finance Committee. I wasn't able to make any of the budget hearings, but from my years here, either being on that side or on this side, this has been the easiest budget to look at, to read, to really focus on and get some details on without a whole lot of head shaking or head banging going on. I did have a couple questions, Adam, and they were mainly around the blue boxes with the personnel actions or changes. The first one was on page 142, where it talks about Fort Marcy. I think Fort Marcy, it was Salvador Perez and Bicentennial Pool. And in the box, there seems to be a lot of positions that are either changing or moving, but in the personnel summary, it only looks like one employee in either direction. So can you explain what the blue box means and where all those positions are either going or being reclassified to?
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I will start and then I'll turn it over to Adam. One of the approaches we had in the budget process this year was looking at temporary employees that are used year-round across the city. And this blue box at our recreation centers is an example of where we have temporary employees that are used year-round, not necessarily seasonal, but they're on more or less for 12 months. So what we're recommending as part of this budget is to move those temporary employees into classified employees. So it's moving from temporary to classified is not necessarily changing from anything to do with full-time or part-time, but it's moving them from temporary to classified. It's to get in alignment with requirements for insurance and for para and those kinds of things. We already are required to provide insurance or offer insurance and provide para after a certain amount of number of months of employment. And since these are year-round employees, we want to acknowledge that they are year-round employees and make them permanent employees as classified. Years ago, during the economic downturn, I believe a lot of these, there was an approach that you could move to temporary employees when they were vacant because you didn't have to pay the insurance. Rules and laws have changed since then, and our approach is also changing, that we are providing or offering insurance and providing para for these employees as we're required to do, and they're valued employees year-round, so let's make them classified employees.
So they were considered full-time employees even though they were seasonal, and that's why the numbers really don't change now with the proposed?
Mayor and Councilor Rivera, we're not changing anything to do with we're not changing anything to do with full-time or part-time. We're changing temporary to classified. So they could be a 20-hour-a-week part-time or a 30-hour-a-week part-time or a 40-hour-a-week full-time. We're keeping those hours the same. The dollar amounts, the only thing that's changing is on the benefits side. They would be offered insurance and para right from the beginning.
So how come the current versus the proposed personnel only fluctuates by one, only changes by one?
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Rivera, because we're simply acknowledging that temporary employees are being used like classified employees, and one is not in compliance with everything that Mr. Snyder explained, and so thus there's really not a delta there. We're just moving the classification from temporary to classified.
Okay.
So take a step back, so in a previous org chart, those positions would be in the org chart as temporary, and now the org chart would have the same number. I think the reason the +1 is because I think in that instance it goes from I think what it did was create one full-time out of various part-time temporary positions.
Okay. On page 165 of the packet or of the booklet of the budget book. It talks about 5 full-time employees again in that box, but again, you don't see the change in the current to proposed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Councilor Rivera, in the instance and specifically in that proposal, one of the circumstances we were under this year was to rather quickly go from the way we had planned on reporting the budget to this budget book, and some of the information did not get cleaned out that was not approved by the city manager or was approached from a different direction. And in this case, there's actually the next budget book, once this is approved, there will be no change there from the 32 to the 32. It'll remain 32. Originally, the proposal was to add staff to help with the repair and maintenance of city streets. In discussions with city staff and the city manager, the approach we decided on was instead to fund that via a contract that you see in the beginning of the book that talks about $300,000 investment for streets. And so that's the reason for the difference there. The next book will pick up, and we picked up a lot of those inconsistencies either at the staff level or throughout the hearings, and the next book will be cleaned of all of those errors.
Okay, so I found several of those, so I assume that answers most of that question. Okay. Insurance increases, how much do we anticipate health insurance and benefits increasing this fiscal year?
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Rivera, there's no planned increase for health insurance for this coming fiscal year.
Great, that's good news. And then I heard Councilor Dominguez, and just want to clarify that the 2% being proposed is for all city employees, not just union, it goes across the board?
Councilor Rivera, I think that the Finance Committee has this desire to get into this environment where pay increases will be equitable, but the organization just quite isn't ready yet. So there's a lot of work that obviously needs to be done to do that. So to specifically answer your question, yes.
Okay. And can you explain how we sort of got from the 5% to the 2% that was being recommended?
Sure, certainly. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, initially the information that the mayor gave during his State of the City address was based on information that was not complete, and the calculation was incorrect. And so while there is obviously the additional what was the general fund surplus that's being in the motion for a contingency for the University of Art and Design, as well as the additional expansions, there's clearly many issues that are being addressed in this budget. The approach specifically that management took when trying to address the pay increase was to actually do a historical analysis acknowledging the disparities between the unions and non-union over the last about 6 years and comparing it to the rate of inflation. And so what we arrived at was a very large variance between those different groups of people, and acknowledged that in order to essentially come to a level playing field across the board, that it would have costed $3.5 million to do so. And the various adjustments would have ranged all the way from 5.3% down to, let's see, 1.78%, I believe, if I'm looking at the right total. And so, therefore, given all of that information and given the coming comp and class study and the unknowns with the University of Art and Design, management felt that it was the right step to move forward with what could be afforded as a 2% across the board. Again, going to Councilor Dominguez's point about making the step in the right direction, starting with the COLA, acknowledging the work that we're doing with performance measurements, trying to get to a point where we would also incorporate a merit-based system in addition to trying to fight the rate of inflation when it comes to keeping all city employees on par with both their colleagues and the rising cost of living. And so therefore, given all of that information, and you'll find in your packet is the memorandum that was handed out during the Finance Committee. It's actually on page 248 that addresses the approach that we took. And I'm sure Brian could expand, and perhaps the mayor would like to expand.
If I can on that point a little bit, Councilor Rivera, I think I can speak personally that the merit pay system is interesting, to say the least. I don't feel that there was complete comfort amongst the Finance Committee to go in that direction completely. So that's why I've amended the motion includes that money go into either a merit system or a COLA fund, whatever we want to call it, that can be used for, you know, a COLA at some point if we need to. And including in the motion is to really take a look at this at mid-year as well. I think in a perfect world you would have a merit system that was fair and you know, there weren't such things as favorites. But you know, I don't think that we all felt that the organization is there yet, and you know, there might be some reluctance to determine whether or not we could even get there. So we want to just at least seed a fund to you know, maybe move us in that direction to either a merit pay system, and it has to be approved by the governing body. That's part of the motion as well. And if that's not available, or that's not the direction that the governing body wants to go, that the money be set aside for a future COLA.
And I appreciate that, and I'll just give just a little two-minute response on how I feel about merit-based, and really being involved in it early on in my career. Merit-based, again, what Councilor Dominguez said about being fair was a big concern, and ultimately over the course of 5 to 7 years led to a lot of discrepancy in pay of people that were doing the exact same jobs. You had people with the same job title that over years had maybe gotten 2%, 2%, 2%, and then other people that had maybe only gotten one increase. They're all doing the same job, yet somebody's getting paid 6% more than somebody that's maybe been there longer, that's been doing the job maybe a little bit longer than the first person. So what happens then is that the unions then are forced to deal with that discrepancy, and then they come to you, or you're forced into a situation where you're trying to play catch up and get everyone on the same playing field, which is usually means 10% increases, 12% increases to try to get everybody caught up. I don't know if there's a better way to do it. Clearly other people do it that way. That's what I've seen. And again, when you're a union member and you're looking at the members that you deal with, you want the same pay for people that are doing the same job. And if we're going to create those discrepancies with merit-based pay, I just caution us to keep an eye on that. So I would be more in favor of just using this money to give employees raises now. But again, I'm happy with your proposal and your motion, and we'll support that. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Ives?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly would echo the thanks to all being present tonight as we consider these budgetary items, and appreciate the presentations. And I apologize to my colleagues that for reasons beyond my control, I was not able to join you last week for the budget discussions, as I had been looking forward to those, and certainly had some input to provide, which I was not able to, so I'll try and limit my thoughts to just a few items as I've looked through the budget. And I believe it's the case that in years past we've actually had a division director position identified there. So I would love to see us actually approve a division director position within historic preservation. It is a division of critical importance to all of the city of Santa Fe, and indeed helps to define certainly the character of large portions of the city. And I must admit, if there's any agenda that makes the council's agenda appear not so large, it is the agenda that historic preservation deals with, both in terms of the number of cases, the number of site visits, and other matters. So
Is that a form of a motion, Councilor Ives?
we can take them individually. I would certainly make a friendly amendment to create a historic preservation director within the historic preservation division. Yes, so I'd make it as a proposed friendly amendment.
Councilor Dominguez?
So, Councilor Ives, I certainly think that those kinds of adjustments can be made throughout the entire city of Santa Fe. Right? There are people who historic preservation absolutely is important. There's no doubt about it. I've had my share of historic design meetings over the 12 years that I've been a city councilor, for sure. But if it's going to be just the name of a position without compensation, I'm not sure if that's what you're going after. And if you're looking for compensation, then we're going to have to, go back and figure out where we're going to take it from, whether it's going to be maybe half a position in parks, half a position in community services, whatever the case is. So, I mean, for discussion, I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more of that.
Well,
Councilor Ives,
and I'm happy to make some suggestions in that regard.
Okay.
so is this in your request of a friendly, would it be just to create the title and the position without a revenue source and have that further discussed, or do you want to continue on the conversation of what revenue
Let me
source?
continue on and just get out all my suggestions on the table. Another one is with regards to the non-union management employees. Obviously, we have had a number of discussions and presentations from representatives of that class of employees within the city of Santa Fe. And I recognize the difficulty at this point in the budget process of proposing any type of different consideration other than the 2%. However, the memo that we all have received, and this was one we received and it's dated March 28th, 2017, talked about leave discrepancy. And it noted that in 2011, due to budgetary constraints, all employees lost various leave days. Non-union employees and AFSCME both lost the personal holiday. AFSCME lost longevity leave, and non-union lost the non-union administrative leave day. And it states that in 2014, AFSCME negotiated their lost leave back into their contract. My understanding is that that is not the case for our non-union management employees, and that leave day was suspended. And so part of my proposal would be to unsuspend that leave day and reestablish it for our non-union classified employees. And then finally, in the past number of days, and indeed in many hearings over the course of years, I have heard continual complaints about the city's incapacity to enforce its own ordinances. And I would certainly like to see us establish an additional position, FTE, within land use that would be dedicated to enforcement of our ordinances. And as part of that, I will bring forward a resolution or other type of instrument to look at establishing the imposition of fees when our land use inspectors find violations, as well as potentially fines for those violations that are stronger and have a bit more teeth than what's currently in the code. I haven't had a chance to identify how much revenue that might generate across the city on an annualized basis, but I would think that the additional fees collected from collecting a fee on people who are found to have violated our codes could potentially cover a historic division director position, as well as a potential additional FTE in the Inspections and Enforcement Division, and would be happy to make a motion to approve those with the understanding that they would be funded out of that funding source if and when the governing body acts to impose those types of fees in the future.
So, if I can, Mayor, essentially you're just basically creating the positions, and there could be a potential bill that comes forward at a later date that would fund those positions, or fund, I guess, the
Yes. And I didn't want to not bring forward a mechanism to try and provide funding, because we've had that discussion many, many times. So,
Right, I think this governing body has said very clearly that we're not going to provide these unfunded mandates, right? Because there's lots of priorities. I mean, maybe we need another position in Parks and Recreation, or Parks, given, you know, the medians. And so I'll tell you, Councillor Ives, I support your rationale for you know, those positions. But I think that it really begs the idea that we have a much larger discussion about really the priorities of this governing body. So I'll say that I won't accept it as friendly, but if you can get enough votes to, you know, create those positions and then later on have a mechanism to fund those positions, I would support that. But I'll let it be a separate motion. I'm not sure if maybe we can get the fiscal impact and the organizational impact from staff, or comment or response from them.
Mayor and councilors, I'll let Adam speak to the fiscal impacts. Just to follow up on what Councilor Dominguez was saying, we are moving forward, and I'm last year's budget process and this year's budget process again, we are moving forward in the middle of a strategic planning process, which speaks to what the priorities of the city are. We're also on the streets right now with a comp and class RFP. We expect to have that back within the next 45 to 60 days, and we'll be bringing forward to this governing body recommendation for approval on that. Those items combined, I believe firmly that they speak to what this community, what this council, what this organization has and what it doesn't have, and how we, you know, help us right size. I heard right size mentioned earlier tonight. This organization around some of these priorities. You know, I don't disagree that there's needs in various areas across the city, but I think it's important that we strategically look at. There's lots of needs, and I think we strategically look at it holistically by the strategic plan, the common class study, and have some good conversations. We've gotten the feedback from the public survey, and I think it's been very helpful on identifying areas where there's focus. And I think staff's moving through their process now. Council's going to be starting their process after this budget process is behind us. And they all come back together and collide and into a real conversation around what does this city want? What do we currently provide, what we don't currently provide, and where are opportunities for moving the city forward? And I look at that as a holistic conversation rather than a piecemeal conversation. Throughout the budget process, there was lots of conversation, whether it was in individual meetings with staff prior to bringing city manager's recommended budget forward to finance committee, or at the finance committee level of specific positions versus not specific positions. And at that time, my response and Adam's response was, this is the budget. This is not an HR discussion right now. And more importantly, let's rely on what we've already things we've put in motion on the strategic planning and the competent class study, so that we can use those as a means to why we're taking certain actions. And that's all I'll say on that. And I think from a budgetary standpoint, I know Adam ran some numbers on the longevity day, but I believe from for the non-unions, and you can speak to that as well as any other potential budgetary impacts.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Ives, from a budgetary standpoint, I would estimate that the two positions you propose with benefits fully loaded would cost approximately $175,000. The analysis that we did on the personal day for non-union classified or people in positions would cost approximately $75,000.
If I can, Mayor, just as I consider the friendly, we are certainly providing some expansion in the budget, and we had lots of discussion throughout the budget hearings about any number of expansions and positions. It does not seem to me that the city manager is recommending that or I will say the city manager did not recommend that position or those positions, I should say. He I think, has articulated why we may or may not agree with that, but nonetheless, it's the discussion that we had during the budget hearings, and that's what the purpose of the budget hearings are for. I will say, though, that in terms of your 3 bullets, the one that I would accept as friendly is unsuspending the leave day. I think that has some risk as well. I can tell you that as a longtime employee of the Department of Transportation with lots of leave, it's something that I certainly would like. And so, again, I don't necessarily mind that. I'll accept that as friendly, but I think that there may be some unintended consequences even with just that kind of motion. So I'll accept that one as friendly, but the other 2 not.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for consideration of Councilor Ives' request, particularly on the historic preservation director's position. I'm somewhat perplexed how a historic city that one of our best attributes is how we manage our historic district does not recognize the significance or the importance through the organization. I mean, having a historic preservation supervisor in a 400-year-old city that continuously wins awards for preservation is mind-boggling. And I know that there's lots of reasons probably why that hasn't risen to a level of directorship, but I think that we've been asking for this for the last 3 years. I think the city manager has had to manage priorities, but given our budget situation, I don't know that, I think your point about a financial impact is tough to deal with right now at this late of stage in the game. I do think, though, that shying away from the request to highlight its importance in the organization by creating a director's position is a significant and important consideration. This is part of a message that we send to the preservation community. It's a message that we send to the development community that is, as we go forward, is going to start putting more and more pressure on developing in the district corridor. And I think that when you see the most recent awards that we received in cultural tourism, that global award, so much of it was about how this city and this council and previous councils have managed that historic district. And when you look at the org chart, when it isn't prioritized in the form of a position or a department, I think that sends some mixed signals. So I do support what Councilor Ives is trying to do, recognizing that financially there can't be a revenue source that's offered, and you don't want to expand positions without revenue. But I think in this position, it is a critical function of this government that we preserve the historic district in the both in organization and in policy, that we send a very strong message that this is a priority.
So, Mayor, I don't disagree with anything that you said. Esta es la Vía Real de Santa Fe, right? 400 years old means something. You've spoken very articulately about the importance of historic preservation. But I can tell you that if we start to go down this slippery slope, I'm going to start asking for unfunded positions in lots of other departments that I feel need them. Recreation, for one, right? We closed a swimming pool for our kids because there weren't enough positions. And so I absolutely understand and agree wholeheartedly that historic preservation is important. But I would ask you then why your city manager did not make that as part of his recommendation, or the city manager, because that's this issue alone, and just the little bit of discussion that we've had on this issue is the purpose and the reason that we have budget hearings, so that those sorts of things can be brought up, right? Whether it's the administration that brings it up, or whether it's the members of the finance committee that brings it up. But please do not misunderstand what I'm saying as anything other than recognizing and understanding how important those positions are. We need lifeguards, right, to make sure that our kids are safe in our swimming pools. We need more police officers to make sure that our streets are safe. And if we start to get into this discussion, with all due respect to my colleagues, then we start to get into this discussion, this feeling that, you know, this department is more important than that other department, and, you know, and that's, I don't believe that this is necessarily the place to do that. It's noted, though. I mean, I respect what you say. I respect what Councilor Ives has to say. I think it is an important position, but it's a much larger discussion that needs to be had, even just aside from the funding. I can come up with lots of funding sources for additional people, additional positions in community services, right? But unless we can make it very clear about how those things are going to happen, you know, I think it's going to be a little difficult. So I'll just leave it at that.
Sure.
If the governing body wants to go in that direction, I have no problems.
Well, I would just add on one of your points. Next year, you will actually be able to have a form of government with a full-time mayor, where a mayor will get to actually influence the budget priorities that come to the council. And despite a good relationship and working relationship with the managers, I've always respected the council manager form of government and the priorities that this council has set for the manager and the direction that it's sent to it in determining these issues. So I think that we're moving towards a form of government where a mayor can actually influence what comes to the finance director in more of a significant way. However we go forward on this, it's been acknowledged, and certainly there's going to be a 6-month review, and hopefully as we go through the conversation tonight, part of that 6-month review is going to add more dollars into a compensation pool. Maybe the direction out of council can be tonight that the manager identify or bring back for consideration as part of the organization chart a division, a director's position in historic preservation. I do think that to fund the positions that you've talked about and the critical importance of lifeguards and recreation employees and others, 70% of our budget is being driven by gross receipts taxes, which a large part of it's driven by tourism, and a large part of that's driven by the historical and cultural fabric that exists inside the district. And so part of it is that consideration. It is a little bit of the golden goose out there, and we have to make sure that we are paying attention to it, both from an org chart and a priority standpoint. So I think that an effort to move forward, Councilor Ives, and I don't know that we want to go through each position point the way you're cautioning us on tonight, but I do think that it is important that there could be some statements by this council or affirmation or direction saying these are critically important. We want to, in a short order, be able to have the finance committee consider how it could come back and review it in a 6-month period, as opposed to waiting for another year and to determine whether the management or the finance committee is wanting to modify or adjust it. That could be some direction that's sent, so at least the manager is clear on what the intent of the council is.
I mean, this is the wonderful thing about democracy, is being able to have this, and I think my colleagues know that I'm open to being flexible. I'm going to let Councilor Ives maybe restate that friendly to consider the 6 months. And then if I can just say something about that, depending on whether or not I like what he says.
So I'm not quite sure how I should restate that, but that we look at ensuring that there is a historic preservation director position in that division on a going forward basis, and that we look to funding that at the mid-year mark if funds are available, and I will bring forward, I believe in the interim, the means to try and accomplish that. And I'm not sure that necessarily means expanding the total of number of people in that department, although I know there are pressures that suggest that's not an imprudent step to take. And then additionally, the possibility of creating an additional enforcement position within land use, again, on the condition that funding be available and we look at it as at the mid-year review.
So I'll accept that as friendly, Mayor, under the condition that we do not place those positions and/or that funding ahead of any potential COLAs, increases for employees.
And it's fair, and it's certainly
that
under the preview of the finance committee as
That's
well.
part of the motion, is that at 6 years, my goodness, 6 months, we take another look and potentially provide another COLA for our employees. So I don't mind that, making that as friendly, as long as it's second to that, to potential COLAs.
I wouldn't want to preclude considering that as part of the package when we look at the COLAs. And so would love for us to make those determinations at that point in time, recognizing that the COLAs at the 6-month review will be a priority for this council.
I'll accept that as friendly.
Councilor Mayor Pro Tem, would you accept that second friendly, or do we need the second to accept anything? Right.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, did that also include the leave day that was mentioned?
That's already been accepted as friendly.
Yeah. And then moving on to, so the friendly's been accepted. We'll stay moving down the. Are you done, Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ives.
Yeah. And before I start, would you repeat your question again, Mr. Johnson? Did it include?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Harris, I just clarified for the record that we included the leave day for non-union classified.
Oh, yes. Okay.
All right, let's move to the other side if we can, and allow some time over here to breathe. Councilor Massis?
I guess, Mayor, I would prefer, just as a point of order, that for the FTE amendments that we vote separately, because I have some concern about doing it right now on the fly, because I attended some of these budget hearings, and I went through the expansion requests with a fine-tooth comb with great skepticism, but I think the rationale for them were acceptable to me, and I'd like to see a full-time bike and pedestrian coordinator, and I've been trying to work with Brian, and Brian thinks he's got another solution for that. So I don't want to start lumping these controversial amendments into the main motion for the budget. I'd rather just as soon vote on them separately. That's my preference. But anyway, just as a general statement, I wanted to thank the Finance Committee. I did sit in on many of the budget hearings, and what a difference a year makes in terms of our financial condition, and I think our economy is recovering. And as I said before, I think the requests to expand I think they're measured, I think they're appropriate, they reflect, I think, a lot of the emerging needs that have gone unaddressed. My only concern, I think, is that we're not out of the woods yet as a city, and it's not for anything that we're doing. There are, I think, possibly troubled waters that are coming up very shortly. One of them is, the governor's going to convene, or the legislature's going to convene a special session. The governor won't approve any kind of revenue enhancements. So the governor has already made indications that she's looking at totally doing away or compressing the repeal of the hold harmless. So instead of the regular 650,000 hit that we take with a phased repeal of the hold harmless, we could look at a bigger hit to balance the budget. And so that's one thing. the Santa Fe University of Art and Design, I realize maybe we bought some time by setting aside a portion of our debt payments. But I don't think it's enough. I don't think we have enough cushion to deal with possible legislative action to accelerate the repeal of the hold harmless and possibly the Santa Fe University of Art and Design going south on us, where we would be faced with a debt payment as soon as, you know, the next fiscal year. So with those two concerns in mind, I wasn't in favor, and I'm really still not in favor of a COLA, because that is a reoccurring commitment on the city side in the face of uncertainty. And so what I had advocated for is that we do use that property tax increment that was freed up with the defeasance of the bonds, but only as a stopgap measure, just make a merit pool available and hold off on any COLAs, any reoccurring commitments, until we see what the legislature does in this special session, see how the Santa Fe University of Art and Design situation plays out. Because you know, I took issue with the defeasance of the 2008 park bonds. We're mortgaging $2 million of gross receipts tax revenues that we haven't received yet, beginning in fiscal year 2018 or 2019 and for the next 3 years. So I feel like we're, you know, the minute we're realizing any kind of a surplus, we're just obligating it right away, and I'm uncomfortable with that part of the, I think, of the philosophy of this budget. But I know employees, you know, they work hard. They're the backbone of the city. They do deserve a COLA, but when Brian did the analysis of the last 6 years of salary adjustments, there's still many disparities in the POA non-commissioned, POA commissioned, the fire department. The fire department as a group has received the smallest percentage of salary increases over the last 6 years. And so I don't see our salary plan adjusting those disparities that have existed over the last 6 years based on the city manager's analysis. You know, COLAs aren't going to do that. They're not going to represent it. But I accept that. I would have preferred that we have gone forward with the salary compensation study first, to really make the most informed decisions about how to really implement a fair and objective compensation system. But I do know we can no longer delay in really bringing forward true performance management. And I think we haven't done that. I think this merit pool set aside, which I support, is going to serve as a catalyst for us to really usher in a citywide employee performance management system, which I think is overdue. And I guess I'll end by saying that, and I said this before in the budget hearings, the Santa Fe Solid Waste Management Agency, per their union contract, does a comprehensive pay and classification study. And the most recent study, the consultant did a trend analysis of performance management systems, and that analysis really concluded that it doesn't make sense to have a COLA and merit pay. That government and industry is trending toward merit pay. And so I support the merit pay pool. I support us implementing performance management. I think it's overdue. I just didn't think we were quite ready and sturdy enough financially to assume that liability of the COLA going forward. That's $1.45 million, an additional $1.45 million going forward. So, you know, there's more things that I like than I don't like, but I just want to stress, Mayor, you know, that again, adding these FTEs at this point, I think is, I think it's out of context. I agree with you. I agree the needs are there, you know, in historic preservation and code enforcement, but I don't think I can sufficiently, you know, make an informed decision about something like that. And if you all want to vote on that, I think we should do it and treat it as a motion to amend instead of lumping it in with the main motion to approve the budget.
Mayor, thank you.
So yeah, I'm happy to make a motion maybe to to treat these FTE requests as separate, as separate amendments instead of lumping it in with.
I think there's already been a motion with a friendly accepted, Councilor Mastos. I understand your perspective in wanting to unwind that, but in the interest of moving forward, rather than backing up and then moving down another path, I think what Councilor Ives has offered it sends a direction, I think, and an intent to move towards a direction. The Finance Committee will ultimately determine whether we can achieve that objective or not. So I hope we can just move. I think we need to just move forward on to the next items as it relates to this budget as opposed to rolling back. But Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Councilor Maestas, for your comments, and thank you for the participation that you had in the budget hearings. I can tell you that during the times that you weren't here, we had discussions about some of those philosophical comments or concerns that you might have. And I'm not going to speak for the Finance Department entirely, but I will say that in my opinion, what it seems like is if we do not make that commitment to our employees now and make it part of our regular operating budget, we're going to fall into a situation where we're going to be back to 1 year, we're going to budget flat, the next year we're going to budget with a cut, the year after that it's going to be a budget with an increase. So this basically says that we are making that commitment, at least with this 2% right now. And I guess in an attempt to try to give everyone a little bit of something, we're including the merit pool concept in there without tying ourselves to that concept. In other words, if the governing body feels like we're in a place at some point in time where we can implement a fair merit pay system, then we can go in that direction. If the governing body feels that that merit pay system is not fair, or it's not going to work, or it's something that's not really right for this community, we don't necessarily have to go in that direction either. So I tried to be as flexible as I could be, but certainly I think that I was actually thinking you were going to go the other way, and that you were going to try to obligate the money for the University of Art and Design, to the operating, to the general fund, to the operating budget. I think because there are so many uncertainties with that, we need to at least start with a reserve fund for that. And you never know what kind of economic development comes out of a project like that. We have some councils that I think are going to really be aggressive in moving forward on that. So I think it's a responsible kind of thing to do. In terms of the positions, I'm that close to going in the direction that you want to go to, but in the interest of time, and I think the general feeling that there are lots of positions that are priority. We're not saying we're going to fund these positions right now. We're just going to basically create a spot in the org chart for them and have that discussion at a later date about whether or not that is the priority, or maybe additional personnel and pest control or whatever. So that's kind of the gist that I get from that.
Okay, Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I heard Councilor Rivera loud and clear when you said this was, as far as you knew, this was the easiest budget process. Well, this is my second one. The first one for me was the hardest, and it was a difficult discussion last year, but we made it through, and we've made it through to a very good spot right now, in my opinion. And that was due to really difficult decisions that were made last year. And then the discipline that was acknowledged that was needed has been, in my opinion, honored and employed throughout this past year at the governing body level, at the senior administration level, certainly at the departmental director level, as well as down through the staff. And I really do, over the course of the year, I've really gotten to know many of the staff members in different departments. I have a long ways to go, but I agree that the employees of the city of Santa Fe are doing a good job, and that they need to be supported. I feel that although we're going to talk about the amendment, I prefer to just approve the budget as is. And that would include, support the budget as proposed by Chair Dominguez. And because there was a major change there from what we talked about last week at the finance, and that has to do with the kind of looking at December 31st, looking mid-year at our end-of-year balance, which during the past years we get our quarterly reports. I still believe that there's going to be kind of an unacknowledged contingency that we've carried for a while, that if things hold true over the balance of the year, that we're going to see perhaps an even better end-of-year balance than what we're anticipating. That's my hope. We'll find out fairly soon. But, I do support the COLA as proposed. And I actually, in the amendment or the change you made in your resolution, Chair Dominguez, I also support really because we had talked about the balance, approximate 400,000, and that has to do with the defeasance. Looking at the merit pool, you acknowledged that 400,000, perhaps with some additional end-of-year balance, should be applied or could be applied to really accelerating you're getting back to the norm for a COLA increase. And to make sure people understand, even though it's 2% across the board now, that 2% really brings the fire department, the union, pretty close to even in terms of their COLA from 2010. The POA non-commissioned, it really gets the fire department union even. The fire department non-commissioned, they're only 0.3% shy. The POA commissioned officers would then be about 1.3%. AFSCME would be about 2.6% shy after the 2% COLA. And the non-union they have the greatest shortfall at 3.3%. So I think the sooner we can get to even and really get people current in terms of the COLA, I think would be appropriate. We are going to have a discussion about merit pool, which I favor. But I think first things first really is getting, really getting back to a point that is fair. Now, that gets to the non-union and the document presented by Ms. Zaxis as well as stated by Mr. Smith. That's something that we really do need to look at. Don't know all the details there, what the money's involved. I think that's a second discussion when it comes to money. The leave, I agree with. We should bring that current. That's quite frankly the only portion of the friendly amendment that I'm really comfortable with right now. There was really a lot of discipline built in. I have a list of things that I would like to add as well. We talked about at the finance, the budget hearings. We talked about some of those, but we were able to really adhere to the discipline that I talked about for the past year, and that's why I would favor just approving the budget as proposed in the resolution, the resolution that you just stated, Councilor Dominguez. Yes.
Mayor, so you're not accepting the friendly other than the. I just want to make it clear because
I don't. I would rather go back to I listened with interest with what Councilor Maestas had to say. That portion about breaking out those motions separately rather than attach it to the main body of the operating budget.
I think the pro tem was the second, Councilor Dominguez.
So, if I can have that open conversation with the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Ives, I think, again, this is one of the reasons why we have these budget hearings is so that we can get into these sorts of details. And I have the utmost respect for Councilor Ives. I know that if he was able to have been here, he would have certainly brought it up and we would have had the discussion that we needed to have and have gotten to a better place. Let me, before I pull my friendly, let me ask you this, Councilor Ives. Would you accept that some general direction, not make it part of the motion, but to just give some general direction to staff to essentially do what you asked to do at 6 months? So that we don't necessarily tie it budgetarily, and we don't have this, I don't, commingling isn't the right word, but that we don't have this confusion in terms of creating FTEs and, you know, creating I guess, the fund itself isn't as proposed and that sort of thing. So simple direction, I think maybe, I'm not even sure if that would be acceptable to the majority of the governing body, but not make it part of the motion, but to give simple direction. That's one of the things that we look at, is those two positions and a potential way to pay for it.
On that point, I think for the reasons that I tried to articulate and that I think the mayor articulated much better than I think it is important to create the Historic Preservation Division Director position. And if that means changing one of the existing to lessen the impact of any type of budgetary thing, I think that makes sense. But that is of such a significance within our community that I would love to see that as part of this. And again, funding contingent upon being able to find additional resources. Happy to hold off on the enforcement position again until it appears that there is funding for that position. But definitely do want to increase the reestablishment of the non-union classified employee leave day, because I think that when I consider the motions that the council has passed back in 1999 and in 2015, we haven't really paid attention to what we've done in the past, in my estimation, and that alone, I think, is fully justified at this point in time. As I indicated, I think there are complications trying to do anything in addition. So would love to see us direct that the position of Historic Preservation Division Director be created at this point without any additional funding until that can be determined and found, and then the amendment that would reestablish the leave day. So I'd love to at least see those two items accomplished tonight. And again, my only reason was not being in attendance last week.
No, I appreciate that, Councilor Ives. But I think, with all fairness to every single person, every single department, every single position, every single division in this entire city, in all fairness to them, I don't think it's really appropriate for us to necessarily have that discussion now, because we open up the idea that we can start having discussions about lots of other unfunded positions. And I don't hear you saying that you are willing to at least not make it part of the motion, but give clear direction to staff. So what I would do is I would go ahead and withdraw my friendly, unless we can come up with some language that says through resolution at the next meeting that maybe someone is going to draft. We have that discussion at that point.
I certainly am not interested in pursuing something that is not going to prevail up here, given the arguments that have been made. For me, it's a clear case. So if the most that we can move forward is direction to staff to look at creating a Historic Preservation Division Director position and the possibility of an additional enforcement provision in the future, but maintaining the reestablishment of the leave day for the non-union classified employees, so be it.
All right, Councilor Dominguez, so you're withdrawing your friendly.
So I'm going to withdraw my friendly except for the leave day.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you agree with that?
except for the unsuspended leave days. So essentially, what we'll be doing is we'll be accepting the budget as has been proposed through the motion, as Councilor Harris has talked about, with just some clear direction to staff to look at those two positions, Councilor Ives, and probably many more.
I only have those two tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So,
You agree with that?
Agree.
so I would encourage all of my colleagues to start making the case for those additional positions, and
I think that
I don't know.
Councilor Dominguez, so we can move on. The only caution I would have on that point is that it has been expressed by this governing board to go down that path, and mine is some expressed part of an organization. We haven't seen it happen, but we'll work on that. All right, Councilor Villarreal and then Councilor Trejo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, just wanted to thank the staff and let you know that I appreciate your hard work, and all of my colleagues do appreciate the hard work, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And I don't take for granted what you do every day to keep our city safe and clean and livable. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate my colleagues on the Finance Committee that, you know, just working out the nuances is very challenging for hours and hours, trying to figure out what's the best approach, relying on the information from staff for its accuracy. And so I feel okay about where we're at with some of the recommendations, and as we work through the budget and realize that the 2% increase was what we were able to do this year. I know it wasn't exactly what everybody was hoping for, but I think that the funding on the side, the seed funding to look at mayor pay or COLA, a COLA fund would be beneficial. The issue of mayor pay is a little complex. I don't necessarily know if that's the best approach, as I agree with my colleague, Councilor Rivera, about the nuances of that. That doesn't always work out the way we want it to. When I worked at the county, we had a tiered system of pay increases based on your pay rate, and I would like staff to look at the pros and cons of that to see what that would look like for next year. Just to note, as we keep mentioning, much of what we had added to the budget was reinstating what we cut last year, which I think is a good thing. And there was a surplus of 1.2, and I think it's important that we do set it aside with the unknowns with the University of Art and Design. Related to, let's see, just to go back to a question that was asked by Mr. Rivera from the public testimony about the rental assistance. Those of you that weren't part of the Finance Committee, I had strongly urged my colleagues to reinstate the rental assistance that we used to be provided, that we provided through the Affordable Housing Department or the office. And I think it's important that we need to reinstate that just for the sheer numbers of people that need that assistance. And you can read about it and know that it's real based on our affordable housing plan that was just passed, or well, actually we'll be hopefully passing that tonight. And I just think that that's something that we need to reinstate. So I'm wondering if staff could let us know, based on conversations, where that money, whether it's $100K or the amount that either $100K or more, where that's going to come from, and what's the timeline of when we might be able to implement that and reinstate it in our budget.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Villarreal, as I believe was discussed towards the end of the budget hearings, as well as offline, when we do our annual closeout, which is a couple months, probably we'll have it done a couple months after the end of the fiscal year, as a target date, we will know the ending balance of unspent money in our current fiscal year 16-17 year budget. Last year was the first year we took that one-time money and put it into the capital improvement plan. What staff has proposed is taking $100,000 from that one-time money prior to moving it into the capital improvement plan and funding affordable housing. That's the funding source we would use.
Okay.
And so from a target date, to answer your question, Councilor Villarreal, I would say we would have that answer to council by end of August.
And Mr. Mayor, councilors, if I could just add, given that sort of restart, as we, say the restart of the pilot, then we would move to look for a recurring revenue source that would fund it on an ongoing basis.
Great. Other than that, I would rather us pass what we had worked on and look at the other issues with staff positions, since we're not experts in that, and it's a little awkward to try to make that change tonight. Although I do think they're important changes we need to look at. But there are some other changes in other positions that we thought about, that other staff had thought about, so I don't think it's really the time right now. I would like to look at it as we move forward in the 6 months, with the exception of the leave discrepancy. Thank you.
Councilor Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Please bear with me. I've been coughing, so hopefully I don't have a coughing attack. But, you know, I'll echo, you know, what a difference a year makes. I see where we were last year with a $50 million deficit and where we are today. First, I want to, kudos to the Finance Committee. You guys did an outstanding job. Kudos to staff for rolling up your sleeves as well. I guess the issues that I have, with what you're saying, Councilor, obviously, you want to create this position, and I do understand, what you're saying, historic preservation, but I also don't want to send a message to the city as well that, these higher positions are more important than, technically, this position would trump hiring lifeguards. I do like what Councilor Dominguez has. At the end of, at the end of the mid-year, we will see what's going on. If there is money there, I think, we definitely do that. I definitely am glad that the committee worked hard to get a 2% for the employees. I think that's outstanding. It may not be what they wanted, but I think it is something. It does show that the city council did hear you. So I'm very happy about that. And also, Councilor, thank you guys for at least noticing that we do have that payment with I call it the College of Santa Fe. That's something that I don't know where the future is going to lie on that, but I am glad that you did address that, because that is something we are definitely going to have to deal with. And real quickly too, I would be very cautious on merit pay, as Councilor Rivera said. I've seen it at the state level too. Catching up like that, and I don't think that is it's not good policy. I see too many employees get hurt when we start trying to catch up, and when one employee gets more and the others don't. So I definitely would do that. I just hope at the mid-year, we do, if we do have more funding, we definitely can look at lifeguards. We can look at parks workers, maintenance workers. I mean, to me, those are the positions that we definitely need. You know how I gripe about parks and gripe about weeds. Those are what the workers that I would like to see out there, getting those jobs done. So, again, just thanks to everybody for all your hard work. It's a good budget, and I think we should vote on it as it is right now. So, thanks to the chair. Good job, Councilor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. I would like to thank my colleagues for the work on the budget this year, and particular thanks to Chair Dominguez. It was the process this year was completely different, and it was completely improved. Thank you very much for the work that you led us through on this. And staff did an absolutely terrific job in a complete different presentation than we've had in the past. So it really helped with the process. I think that in front of us, and listening to everyone, we have some long discussions in front of us on considering a merit system. That won't be quick. It won't be fast, and they'll need a lot of research and data on if that is even possible for us to implement properly, because implementation on that is a very, very tough thing. I appreciate Councilor Rivera's comments on that. And I appreciate the way that the Finance Committee acknowledges that we have to identify sources of funding for everything we do from here on out, and we are strategically identifying areas for expansion. And that's been our agreement, and I think we did very, very well with that. There's not a person up here to my left or to my right that couldn't come up with a pretty sizable list of things that they would like to see happen. A big list. But we had a process to stick to. We tried not to get too far into the weeds of micromanaging a budget, and I think we actually did very well with the budget that was presented to us from the city manager and from finance. So I consider it a very, very successful process this year. We have more work to do. We've agreed to look at things 6 months from now, and that's completely acceptable to me. So thank you for making this an understandable process this year.
Thank you, and I did want to echo, just before I ask Councilor Dominguez to close the discussion, so we can move on, echo the accolades and the thanks to Chairman Dominguez and members of the Finance Committee who put in the hours, along with the staff, to come up with this budget. This has been for the last 3 years, we have launched on an effort to bring about a series of budget reform efforts, and I think that Councilor Dominguez, through this 3-year process of getting us to a point where we were able to balance our budget and start making some investment again, you delivered a very measured approach to leadership, and want to commend you and the Finance Committee and this council that have weighed in on financial policies that have helped reform our budget process. But I do think even while we can get through tonight, we have to recognize that there is more reform that needs to be done. We still don't have a budget online necessarily for the public to see or participate in. Being able to keep track of city expenses when they're happening is difficult, and I think, as was brought up tonight, the issue of tying performance to our budget so that the public understands what value they're getting in exchange for the taxes that they're paying is critical. I do think that a budget is representative of the values of a government. It is why I do think that the issue of preservation is more than just a district. It goes to the heart and soul of our community, whether we're talking about our people or whether we're talking about our architecture or the multiculture. So I hope that we are able to continue to highlight the importance and move forward, as well as in making broader organizational changes based on efficiency that we're going to be undertaking through technology. I'm opposed to a merit-based system. I think right now, in talking to Councilor Rivera a few days ago, it's not the time to have it on the table. I think what we do need to do, and I think that the council or the finance department has laid out, is to be very aggressive in continuing to find efficiencies in how we deliver service, and using those efficiencies to invest back into the workforce. And I do believe that we can prioritize being able to hit the 5% mark this year. I understand it's important to be measured in how we approach that process, which is why I supported the manager in his effort to ask for a 2% COLA, but also to create a pool of money that they've classified as a merit. I disagree with its classification, but nevertheless there is a pool of money that I believe we have to continuously track towards to make available during the 6-month review of the fund balances. So I do know all of us care about our employees. I do think that given the foundation where we're at now, when we prioritize how we begin to invest some of our growth, it does have to be prioritized in investing back into our workforce so people can build long careers here. I do caution us on having a wait-and-see strategy. I think that it is very obviously unfortunate about the leadership at the Roundhouse, and certainly what's going on at the federal level in terms of the president's efforts to cut back on domestic policy programs, on his efforts to penalize cities like Santa Fe who are welcoming in our immigration policies. But nevertheless, we can't wait and hit pause until the environment at the Roundhouse or the federal level is good for us to begin to invest in our employees and making upgrades to our community. So I think that this budget steps forward very boldly, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that we can still hit the request to invest more in our public pay for our public employees, but I do support the measured approach that the Finance Committee is taking tonight. I think that it is protecting the taxpayers, but also making a strong commitment that as we turn this into the new year, that high at the level will be continuing in the investment in our employees, and that's something that we've got to make sure that they could count on. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll allow you to do a quick close and see if we can get through the rest of this.
So I'll be very quick, Mayor. I first of all want to thank my colleagues for the debate and the discussion that we've had tonight, and certainly throughout the entire budget hearing process. I just want to reiterate that I also have my concerns, reservations about the merit pay system, but the way the motion has been drafted is it really gives everyone the flexibility to do what the right thing is when we decide what that right thing is. There are a lot of unknowns. I would encourage the public to pressure the state, quite frankly, and get as involved there as they have here at the local level. Because it is really through their action and seeing the elephant in the room last year that made us really turn the tide in getting rid of this structural deficit that we had. But because there are unknowns at the federal level and at the state level, we have to be very responsible in how it is that we handle our finances. And so I think that this budget, as it has been articulated, is responsible. It's even in some ways somewhat bold. I think that we can work to being a little bit more bold, but we're not quite there yet, not only as a governing body, but as an organization. There are lots of things that have to happen internally. There are things that obviously have to happen politically in order to make some of those things happen. I'll say that this is my 12th budget hearing. And I started, and I've been to every single, budget process, and I've been to every single budget hearing in all those 12 years. When I first started, we were flush, right? I think it was 4% projected revenue growth every year, and then the bottom fell out from under us, and so we obviously had to make those changes. They were difficult, they were tough. We're still having to make tough and difficult decisions. But I learned something new every single year. Not only about the organization, but about the politics of it all and the finances of it all. And so it's been a pleasure to not only chair the last few years, but to be a part of the Finance Committee all those 12 years. I've learned a lot. And so really the thanks is mine to everyone for even being in this position and being able to have that opportunity. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, just a procedural question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Dominguez is going to introduce a resolution to increase property taxes to cover the COLA and the merit pay pool. It's not going to go to City Council until May 31st, so are we going to hold off submitting the budget to the state until we take action on the resolution? Because I don't want to have the same thing happen where our budget was rejected because it was dependent on a transfer from the water fund to the general fund. So I don't want DFA to kick it back because we do need this mill levy increase to balance the budget and pay for that COLA. So if there could be a clarification on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask staff to clarify. We have had those discussions, so I'll let them.
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Maestas, we still do have to go through the process of, it's not a property tax increase, but it is shifting from the property tax for the debt mill levy to the operating mill levy. The equivalent amount, so the property tax rate will stay exactly the same. The budget built itself actually is balanced without that built into it. So the proposal for the 1.2 is contingent upon going through that process, but we can submit this budget as is. The first budget, which is technically interim, is due at the end of May. We would accomplish hopefully the process with the switch in the use of operating mill versus debt mill and submit that with the final budget. This one would be prepared to be submitted as is, and then the final would be prepared to be submitted with the change.
And just to be clear, the caption doesn't say what it's going to be used for, but it's going to be used for operations, right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Maestas, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
All right, roll call.
Counselor Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Ives.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Yes. Counselor Maestas.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay, moving on to item B, consideration of resolution number 2017.
35.
Sorry?
35.
35. It's a resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe's fiscal year 17-18 5-year capital improvement program budget. I believe Chairman Ives, this is under Public Works.
I'll defer to Councilor Ives on this. I just want to acknowledge the hard work that Public Works had done on the capital side. I think that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but we certainly have turned the tide. And a lot of things goes out to city staff for making some of that fundamental change within the process itself. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ives.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it has been a refreshing process to do work on the capital budget this year. We moved really in the last 2 years to segregate out our capital budget from our, if you will, operating budget, resulting in this document, which for those who have not seen it, it really offers a clarity and an understanding of the capital budget that has made the process intelligible, comprehensible, and hence really a much smoother and easier prospect. And that definitely the thanks for having brought this document forward rests with staff, rests with our finance department, with our public works department, and all the folks who contributed to it. We recognize it is still a work in progress, and we're already planning improvements to our process for next year, so much more to come. And of course, a deep sense of thanks to those members of the Public Works Committee who spent many hours reviewing this and many iterations of this over the past several months to bring us to the point where we are at today. And I think the good work done by the committee, by those other members of the governing body who attended many of the Public Works sessions, as well as staff, is the fact that this moved so smoothly through the budget hearings to come to the opportunity to move this forward today. So I will not belabor any point, but move to approve. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the Public Works. Discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Dominguez. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Ives.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Yes. Counselor Maestas.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Trujillo.
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal. Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Moving on to item 13 very quickly, the city ERP and land use system modernization projects. I do apologize to the public. We are into the public session, but I want to finish the afternoon sessions real quick. Item A, there's a request for approval of software service agreement for procurement of software subscriptions, implementation services, support services, and equipment in the amount of $8.1 million. This is for the ERP system. I believe this has made its way through several committees, and I don't know that we actually have to go into a full-blown presentation, Renee. I'd prefer that the council be able to just ask questions if they have any left over from the previous committee meetings regarding this issue and be able to move on. Let me just start with Councilor Dominguez, and then we'll go to Councilor Ives.
Just real quick, Mayor, I just want to recognize and clarify that this did not go to the Finance Committee meeting. I allowed staff to bring it here without being presented to Finance.
Would you like a presentation?
No, I'm good.
All right. Councilor Ives.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I first came on council back in 2012 and reviewed some of the studies that had been done in connection with the city's IT department. They really were a wake-up call with regards to the significant amount of work that was needed with regards to really reforming and recreating our IT operations. That began with the creation of the IT department. It began with the creation or the interim director being assigned, which has led to our permanent director, our director who has now moved on to the deputy city manager position. But it has been with a great sense of, I would call it nothing but joy to see the city's IT platforms move into the 21st century with such a competent and good team. And the measure before us tonight is the next step in that process. So it is wonderful to be in this position and would move to approve.
A second.
Second.
Real quick under discussion, Mira, I just want to clarify, we did see this in front of the Finance Committee. I got your email mixed up with something else, so we did.
All right.
Just one point, Mr. Mayor, that that we produce a press release about how we foresee the benefits of this upgrade on our technology platform and software, so that not just these items for internally, like how it's going to improve our processes, but so the public understands what the benefits will be to them when we implement this and modernize our systems. Thank you.
Right. Councilor Mestis.
And just, I guess, part and parcel with that, I want to know, there's obviously going to be impacts to personnel, right? Because it's going to change. There's a lot of manual processes that are now going to be automated. And so I want to make sure that staff really gets going right now, gets ahead of some kind of a succession plan to see how positions and job descriptions are going to change. That way we can tangibly show the public, Councilor Villarreal, that's what you're saying, is let's show the public that these are going to result in very real and transformative efficiencies in the city permanently. And so, and I want to agree with Councilor Ives. I read the Presidio report on the state of IT, and my God, I was I was frightened, actually. And this, to where we're at today, seemed like it would be light years away until we could do it. And so I want to thank you, Renee, too, for really pushing this. I think in any organization it takes a catalyst, and I think you were the one that was really kind of pushing this effort. Presidio helped a lot, so I'm very, very happy in terms of where we're at right now. I didn't think we'd be here this soon, so thank you for all your work and all your team.
Councilor Harris.
Yes, I just wanted to echo the comments that have already been stated, and the fact that for different reasons, mostly because we had budget hearings that day and then moved into finance. We really didn't spend a lot of time. I very much appreciate the breakdown on the monies. That's a clear representation of where the money's going, not only to Tyler but to Barry Dunn. Schedule, in general, you seem to be on schedule. Is that correct, Ms. Martinez?
There we go. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Harris, so once the agreement is approved, then what Tyler will do is assign their resources. They believe that their resources will be available to start in mid-July. And so the software implementation activities with Tyler will begin in mid-July, but we're not waiting for that time to continue to do some work that's being done internally to prepare for the project. There's some business process mapping and evaluation work that we're doing. We're also getting ready for a lot of the data conversions that are going to need to be done as part of moving our legacy systems over to these new systems. We're doing staffing plans and staffing strategies in order to support the project. So there's a lot of work that's already is started, is already going, and will continue. And then when Tyler's resources are on board, then we'll start the heavy lifting with the software configuration and implementation tasks and activities.
Yeah, on the core financials.
Yes, that's first.
Right. Very good. Thank you. Good work, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you.
And to your staff.
Roll call.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Ives.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Maestas?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera? Counselor Trujillo?
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal? Counselor Dominguez?
This is an example of the priorities that we set a few years ago coming to fruition. So congratulations, yes.
Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes, and I would point out that one of the primary reasons that the council did approve the deputy city manager's position was so much to focus on the innovation and the transformation of our business systems through technology and very quick work and turnaround time. So we're going to move to item B, request for approval to amend for amendment number 2 on the professional service agreement for the city ERP system with Barry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker. Any questions of the council, or what's the pleasure?
Move to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Ives?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Maestas?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera? Counselor Trujillo?
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez? Counselor Harris? Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
All right, if it's all right with the council, I'd love to jump to the evening session. We can come back to the manager and executive session. Is that all right?
We're going to do what?
We're going to jump into the evening session, and we're going to come back to the afternoon.
Just do a voice vote on changing the agenda, please.
All in favor of moving from the afternoon session to the evening session,
Right.
and then back to finish the afternoon session? Is there a motion?
So
I don't know where I was going. I was making the motion, so. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, under matters from the public, would anyone from the public like to address the council tonight regarding any item that is not on the council agenda? Adam, can you move that spot for Dave so he could come up? Actually, you got to move the whole, make way with the podium. So push the podium towards us, yeah, and that way he can move his way through.
Because it's got wires and stuff. Not too much because of the wires, the
1, 2,
connection.
3, 4, 5.
That's good.
I think we're all right. Yolanda, 2 minutes. So no one can leave this. No counselors, please do not leave until we get others back. Okay, Dave, go ahead and get started.
Mayor, Council, tonight I Democrat 29 nights I'm called Tonight I want to remind you there's a resolution 2009 151 that designates and directs the Mayor's Committee on Disability to review plans and make remarks on ADA compliance. And also, as you can see by looking at me, I am somewhat biased towards this subject, plus the federal regulation of civil rights for the disabled. However, unfortunately, we do have a few people in staff, especially one engineer, that does not believe in disability. He thinks, in my estimation, we should stay at home and not bother him. This was shown by the last project that was submitted out to his office. There are places that clearly show access for the ambulatory, but not the disabled. Why? Because he has personal bias. I have requested the city manager to have me consult with him on possible formal complaint about this engineer for the last 3 weeks. However, I have yet to receive an answer. I ask this governing body to please direct the city manager to at least give me an answer. After all, I think I'm a human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Daniel.
Hello, my name is Helen Leva, and I'm a native from Santa Fe. As my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, we are all natives from here. The first thing is that this regressive tax has divided this community big time, and I mean big time. The council did not even have the decency to hold a public meeting to find out how your constituents felt about this issue. Now you have $1 billion New York laying out a red carpet for you all the way to the polls. This is slapping the face of every resident in our city. And we are all natives, and I believe all of you guys are, a few of you guys are natives also. We have never seen such low-life politics as we are seeing regarding this issue. Accepting $1 million from a New York politician, but walking out on your people shows our community who you represent. We are going to vote no, not for pre-K, but no for your sick politics.
Backstabbing Javier, I'm sure you know who I am. I'm the widow of Peter C. Garcia Jr., and I hope I see you again one day. I'm not going to talk about that now. I'm going to talk about the sugar race.
Can you state your name for the record, ma'am?
My name is Shelley Holmes Garcia. You know who I am.
Thank you.
Shelley Holmes Garcia, the wife of Peter C. Garcia that he backstabbed. I was born and raised in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I am very much pro-Santa Fe. I also love my town, as I think that you should. All the good people who are trying to continue to live in this expensive town, it isn't easy, but I will do anything I can to stay where I was born. Javier, backstabber, Carmichael, Peter, and Sig, or however you say your name, all of you are up for re-election next year. You guys voted yes for the sugar tax and walked out on Mrs. Mendoza. I saw that. Who has always come on our behalf to let us know, to let you know when you are making bad decisions which will impact us forever and may cause us to leave our city. I have come to the conclusion that you people don't give a damn how we feel about being taxed. We don't want our government to meddle in our business and our homes, taxing our food, drinks, or anything that is none of your business. We won't tolerate it. You will get it. It is time to replace all of you who voted yes to this tax. We need to start looking for people in your district to replace you. If we don't stop this 2-cent race sugar tax, what are we going to do tax next? I'm wondering. The government with backstabbers' help is going to destroy a 400-year-old community and make it a miniature New York City so Bloomberg can come and own us. I'm going to make it my lifetime goal, I swear to this, to make sure none of you, with the exception of City Councilor Ron Trujillo, ever gets elected again. You proved that you can sell out your town and the people who voted for you. I didn't, and I never will. And as long as I live, Javier, I will talk about you, and I will talk to everybody I can about what you did to my Peter. He is gone now. He's been dead for 8 years. Did you know that? Or you don't give a damn? Bastard. You prove that you can sell out your town and the people who voted for you. I wouldn't trust you to give my pre-K child or grandchild an education unless you are teaching how to be a sellout 101 and how to eat money. You, I will see one day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Stephanie Beninato. I am here, Javier, to let people know that you lied to the public at your KSFR interview last week when you said that 100% of the tax, the sugar tax, will go to pre-K education and that it will pay for all 966 children who are in need. I guess you haven't read the ordinance yourself, or you just want to ignore it, because the ordinance is very clear that at least 5% will be going to administrative costs. I think that will be actually more. The sugar tax will pay for the election. It will pay for every yearly audit, which will be a fiscal audit and a professional metric audit. And guess what? It will also pay for buildings, not tuition, buildings. Were they going to operate like the Chavez Center and leak from day one because somebody's cousin got the contract? And you haven't mentioned either, and none of the pro-sugar people have mentioned, that the ordinance requires a year of gathering data to create the metrics for these professional standards. So there will be no program for at least a year. And the sugar tax will raise $7 million. The cost at minimum will be $12 million, and if we use your figures, it'll be $16.8 million. Who's going to make up that shortfall? The people who are at, and according to the ordinance, 55% of the families in need are at 200% of poverty level or less. Who's going to pay that difference? Because it's not free, it's a sliding scale. And people who are thinking they should vote for this really need to read the ordinance. So that means those 966 families are going to have to pay at least half of the tuition in order for all of them to get funded under the $7 million that will supposedly be raised by that tax. I too echo the two previous speakers, because Bloomberg is in on this, and so is Olay. Olay is paying people $15 an hour to come up here from Albuquerque, a PAC whose donors, we have no idea who are giving to that PAC. They pay Albuquerque residents $15 an hour to come up here to convince us to vote for the sugar tax. This is a political move on your part, and that's all it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Kevin Atkinson. I am a lifetime resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm a graduate of the College of Santa Fe. Do have to specify College of Santa Fe these days. And I am here representing a collection of former alumni, former faculty, and other citizens who are interested in the moving forward of the, how we as a community are moving forward with the campus of the Santa Fe University of Art and Design, most specifically the Greer Garson Theater facilities. We are here to encourage, for whatever, I was very gratified to see the video released earlier today that stated that there were no plans to demolish. That's very reassuring. Thank you very kindly for that. We started circulating this petition about a week ago with the intention of getting about 100 signatures to show you how serious some of the community can be about preserving this structure. As of today at 12:45, we had reached 576 signatures, so great to overshoot there. If I can read a little bit from the petition. The Greer Garson Theater has been a home to Santa Fe performing arts education for the past 52 years. As former students, we spent countless days, nights, and weekends there honing our craft, building production sets, sewing costumes, hanging lights, and learning hands-on what it takes to launch a production. We, the alumni, along with community members, voice our request that the venue be preserved and available for future use, as we see immense potential for the campus and theater community. The tools and skills that we gained at the College of Santa Fe will impact our lives today, whether we continue to pursue theater after graduation or not. We acquired creative thinking skills, problem-solving skills, and gained an appreciation for collaboration and teamwork, as well as the importance of budgeting and time management. It was because of the forward-thinking vision of Academy Award-winning actress Greer Garson that we were able to have such a wonderful venue to gain a hands-on arts education. The Greer Garson Theater Center has offered complete facilities for performing arts programs and professional theatrical productions since 1965 and is one of Santa Fe's true performing arts gems. As the theater community in Santa Fe does not currently receive enough funding and often struggles to find performance spaces, we see the benefit of turning the Greer Garson Theater into a rental house or venue management company, which can create resident company contracts for local theater companies while also renting the venue throughout the year. Each rehearsal space, meeting space, and performance space has the opportunity to provide income through rentals. There's also the opportunity to offer shop services for the resident companies. This is the perfect space for a community performing arts center. The housing on campus could provide affordable opportunities for young creative professionals to live and work. Whatever decision is ultimately made for the old College of Santa Fe land, we urge you to save the Greer so that it can be around for future generations and serve as a Santa Fe performing arts landmark for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to address the council tonight on a matter that is not on the agenda? If there's an item on the agenda, then hold off for that item, but on any item that's not on the agenda, hold off. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the appointments on the Transit Advisory Board. Would like to recommend the reappointment of Rebecca Estrada, Mary McGinnis, and Alexandra Masadas.
Move to approve. Second.
Roll call. Are you doing all of them? A voice vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, moving on to the Water Conservation Committee. I'd like to appoint Ken Kirk to fill the unexpired term of 7/2018.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Moving on to the Archaeological Review Committee, would like to recommend Courtney Ann Wands to fill the term ending 6/2017.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item H, public hearings. This consideration of bill number 2017-9, adoption of ordinance number 2017. 8. This is the ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Santa Fe, New Mexico taxable subordinate lien, gross receipts tax refunding, revenue bonds, et cetera, et cetera. Hold off. We're going to go to the public hearing, and then we're going to let you answer any questions that the that the council might have. So, public hearing regarding this request. Would anyone like to address the council regarding it? All right. Public hearing has closed. Are there questions? Councilor Dominguez? Would you like to, on the item 1, do you?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Maestas?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Trujillo?
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez? Counselor Harris? Counselor Ives?
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Moving on to item 2, request from Meow Wolf for a waiver of the 300-foot location restriction to allow the dispensing sale of alcohol beverages at Meow Wolf. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the council regarding this issue? Come on up. Hold on real quick. Miles, were the employees wanting to address under public concern and they missed that opportunity? Okay. Got it. So tell them to stand by, and then we'll go ahead and make sure that they get to address the council. They may have not seen it. All right. Can you please state your name for the record?
The button may be off, Stephanie. Is it on?
Oh, yeah, now it's on. Thank you. My name's Stephanie Benanato, and I'm wondering why Meow Wolf is still coming in. I thought that is this a waiver? Do they have a liquor license by now? I thought they were supposed to have a liquor license like a long time ago, and I'm wondering why it is that they're still coming to council to ask for these special waivers for events. And again, what's taking so long for them to get the liquor license. It's been at least a year, if not a year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public like to address the council regarding this issue? Seeing none, the public hearing has closed. Are there any questions from the staff? Max, I know you're with Meow Wolf, so we'll let you answer questions. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. Typically, these come through and they're specific for beer and wine. This says spirits, and it's Santa Fe Spirits that is collaborating with Meow Wolf on this. What are they planning on serving?
Come on up, Max, and please be sworn in.
Mayor, governing body, Councilor Rivera. Meow Wolf is collaborating with Santa Fe Spirits to do a hospitality event for that evening. So we do have a permanent beer and wine license that Jewel has at Meow Wolf, and this is just for a one-off event where we're tying in Santa Fe Spirits.
So you're
Yeah.
so you're planning on serving more than just beer and wine.
That's correct.
Is that allowed within our rules and regulations?
Mayor Gonzalez, councilors, Councilor Rivera, yes, it is allowed, but they do have to go through this process and get a special dispenser permit and apply for the waiver.
And how do they, again, regulate how much is actually served to each person? And do we know? So I know there's a 2-drink limit, I think, when maybe I'm confusing the parks.
Yeah, you're thinking about city property, so.
All right. We have too many of these. Again, I have a hard time with this because of the spirits part of it. Beer and wine, I think, is something that can be handled and usually makes for a pretty decent event and not too dangerous. With all the DWIs we've had recently, I have some issue with this, so I'll just leave it at that for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call. Councilor Harris, hold on a second.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councilor Rivera. I mean, I heard a one-off, but I really would hope that, 3 months, 4 months from now, we don't hear about 2 off. I would not like to see this become a regular request. I will vote in favor of it now, but just a note of caution to you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
So give me the history on this, Yolanda. There is a liquor license there already, right?
That's correct. I think it's a small brewer's license or a beer and wine, I'm not exactly sure.
That's correct.
Small brewer's
Jewel has
license.
a small brewer's license. It's an off-site license. It's one of their 3 tap rooms in the state of New Mexico.
And so you're asking us to waive the restriction to dispense and sale to allow the dispensing sale of alcoholic beverages. So what's the difference between that license and what you're asking for now?
This license is for Santa Fe Spirits to serve their spirits.
So what you have now is not good enough, or
Yeah,
it's not?
pardon
Because
me.
it looks to me, and I'll just be honest, it looks to me like this is some creep and some expansion. Because next you'll want to start selling packaged liquor out of there.
Councilor Dominguez, we have no intention to sell packaged liquor at Meow Wolf. It is our intention to serve beer, wine, and spirits for this special hospitality industry event. We want to tie in the local community and local purveyors for this event.
And so why didn't, why don't you go after another license then? Because it's basically that's what you said the first time, right? This is a one-time event, and then all of a sudden we got requests for 5 and 10 events, and then I guess Meow Wolf decided then, well, maybe we should just go get a liquor license. And it made sense because there was one there at one time. It was a bowling alley.
Councilor Dominguez, I think that does make sense. I think your logic is right.
So should we expect additional requests like this then? So you eventually get another license?
I don't think we'll see Meow Wolf pursue any more one-off licenses like this. I think our period of doing licenses like this will come to an end before not too long.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
We'll just add for the council's, I know Councilor Dominguez early on, you asked some appropriate questions about what the organization was doing to monitor consumption, to make sure that there were mechanisms in place to assure that people wouldn't leave who were trying to drive and couldn't drive. And I haven't heard to date that there have been issues that have been that have occurred as a result to overconsumption or not monitoring. I think you guys have owned up to that responsibility early on when the council asked what you were going to do to monitor and prevent harm coming to members of the public by consumption in Meow Wolf. So, I want to acknowledge that, and I think that as long as you continue to put those proactive measures in place to make sure the security is in place, the monitoring of consumption, the options that are available for people to leave if they've drank so that they're not getting in their cars, those are all things I know you guys take very serious, and I think that the diligence of paying attention to that is something that I think we all want to see happen in all of our establishments, quite honestly, not just Meow Wolf. All right, roll call.
Whoa.
Oh, Councilor Trio.
So how exactly do you monitor? Do you have a wristband, and do you mark like every drink they drink, or they're allowed to drink as many as they want?
Councilor Trujillo, it's absolutely our intention that no guest is overserved. We hire professional bartenders with at least 2 years of experience, or at least Dual does, so that they ensure that they're not over-serving people.
So what I'm asking is, do they have a wristband? Do you mark how many drinks? Like when people come to the Fuego game, they get a wristband, and there's 3 X's that they mark on them. Once they hit that 3 X's, they're not served anymore. Is that what you guys do?
Councilor Trio, we're not currently marking wristbands like that, but we certainly do keep a tally of faces, and we gauge each person's sobriety.
Okay, and this has nothing to do with liquor, but I've gone to Meow Wolf, and we do have a law, and I don't know, maybe you guys are the exception. We do have a law about vaping, I thought, within any public space. And I was there one time, and I saw one of your security guards all over, and I saw kids, and and I have a big issue with smoking and vaping and all that, and I saw that happening over there at Meow Wolf. So it's on a different thing, but I'm just saying, you say you're monitoring this, about kids and all that. Those are the kind of things I hope you guys do take into effect. I don't know what little chemicals are in there, but aside from that, that's all. I just wanted to find out if you guys, did have a way of checking. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Trio.
Thank you, Councilor. All right, roll call.
Councilor Maestas?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Trujillo?
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez? Councilor Harris? Councilor Ives?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to, if I can take a point, Councilors, a personal prerogative. We have a couple of our employees that finished their shift late and didn't get to get here when the other employees were. So would you gentlemen like to come up, state your name for the record, and we allowed 2 minutes earlier per individual speaking. If you guys could stick to that point, that would be very appreciative, but we're thankful that you showed up tonight.
Well, thanks for listening to me. I'm Kenneth Hawkins. I'm a transit employee. Mr. Mayor and councilors, thanks for voting 2% increase in our pay, but our pay is low, so it doesn't mean a lot. We've had a lot of troubles keeping people. Last month in March, I had 3 days off. I have to work that much overtime. At the end of the month, I was $100 deeper in credit card debt. This month in April, I took 4 days off. One of them was annual leave. My next day off will be May 4th. I have to work those kind of hours just to keep things going. And people aren't staying because the pay isn't there. And 2 years ago, we had a mass exodus of people and we were all overworked. And somebody came from the city in the safety department, and they told us in 2014 that we had had 22 accidents involving transit. And the next year, 2 years ago, in 2015, it went up to 33. That's a 50% increase in accidents reported to the city of Santa Fe. So a matter of public safety and my sanity, it would be great if you could see your way to give us an additional 3% over the next 4 years. It would be a big deal to me. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, sir.
Mayor, council people, thank you for having us here. Been a 20-year service veteran with the transit system. We do various different things there, from counseling, shuttling tourists back and forth. Meow
Sir,
Wolf
can you
has brought a
state-
lot of people.
Can you state your name for the record real quick so the recorder
Tony
says-
Ortiz.
Gracias, thank you.
Yes. So we shuttle a lot of people. Even Meow Wolf has brought a lot of people. There's a lot of tourists. They compliment us on our service. I says, yeah, we're second to none. We know what we're doing. We love our job. But we feel we're underpaid. You know, we perform a lot of counseling sessions with a lot of 1057s, which are intoxicated people there. We're the eyes for the Santa Fe Police Department when they're looking for somebody. When there's somebody laid out on the street, we call the ambulance. We got to be on, we got to be on schedule. So there's just a lot of those things. I mean, the merit raise, I think, is. I really am not too much into that because I'm a performance type of person. And when I used to see merit type of stuff, it was the guy that brought the bus, the boss man, the burrito. It wasn't based on a person that showed up there for 20 years. The person that shows up every day and they haven't fired me, I'm the one that deserves the merit raise. This gentleman over here that is working overtime. Most of us are working overtime just to make ends meet. You know, with my budget, I'm paying $1,900 on my mortgage. That's a lot of money. I got to save from my check to cover the other one. And for them to give us a 2%, it's nice, but it's sort of like saying, you know, we don't really appreciate you that much. We got you a birthday present, but you know, your son got a new bicycle. We're just going to get you maybe a cake or something. That's the way I feel. And I know you guys work very, very hard at this, but I want you to really look hard at this situation. I'd rather see that money go to some of these park persons like what Trujillo was saying. People that'll do actual work. On our standby times here at Sheridan, you know what I do? There's buds all over the place. I pull out that broom and I'm sweeping that ground. Because when tourists come and they see that mess, they say, man, is this Santa Fe? Is this Santa Fe? I try to take pride in what I do with the city of Santa Fe. Now, I believe that this consideration of merit raise can be used in a right fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senor. Thank you for your service. Okay, we're going to move back onto the regular agenda. Item 3, request from J&L Operating LLC for a transfer of location only of dispenser license 0211 with package sales from Kelly Diarco's Liquor on 3875 Cerrillos Road to Kelly Diarco's Liquor, 915 West Alameda Street. We're going to move Yolanda, I think, to the public hearing. Typically, we're going to come on up, Shelley. I think that we want to make sure that you have an opportunity to present, but we also want to keep track of the time limitation that's allowed. So do you want to present for multiple of folks, or do you want to keep at the 2-minute level? Yes. Okay. So go ahead and line up members of the public who would like to address the council, and we'll have there'll be a 2-minute timeline for you to present.
I'll go ahead and swear everyone in at once. If you please raise your right hand. All the way to the back, sir. So I'm going to swear in everyone at once. Okay. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good evening. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record.
Mayor Gonzalez and Gonzalez gone, and esteemed counselors. I'm Nicole DeJournev, president of the Nueva Casa Solana Neighborhood Association, and I live at 201 Alamo Drive. Please let us enjoy our neighborhood in peace. My conversation with the owner of Kelly's Liquor was not encouraging. He told me if I did not want to live near a liquor store, I should move. He would do nothing to help the near neighbors, such as installing lights and cameras in the front and the back of the liquor store. There's a big alley behind there. Have a security patrol, not sell minis and small bottles, or guarantee a strict 9 p.m. closing. As we know from Kelly's Liquors on Siler Road, liquor stores often bring crime, drug dealers, and other serious criminal activity. We have the beautiful Bicentennial Park directly across from this proposed liquor store. We would like to feel safe and protected as we enjoy the park and its exceptional amenities with our families and friends. You are probably not aware that the older kids from Gonzales Community School wait for the city bus, and the stop is at about 50 feet from the proposed liquor store. Approximately 25% of Casa Solana's homeowners are single women living alone. I live just a block away from this proposed liquor store, and I'm now fearful for my safety. Approximately, excuse me, the Santa Fe police are chronically short-staffed, and as a result, we cannot count on them for protection. Please deny Kelly Liquors its license transfer to the Solana Center. We are counting on you to protect our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Linda Murphy. I am a resident of Casa Solana. I live at 123 Sereno Drive. I too am in total opposition to the liquor store. My daughters both went to Gonzales. They walk right behind the alley there. They walk right to the bus stop and beyond. And now the kids are older at the community college, the community school there. It goes up to 8th grade. We just don't feel it's appropriate. There's a big alley behind it, unlike Sprouts, unlike some of the other places that sell alcohol, where people can't just go hang out. We already have a hangout problem back there, so I'm just imploring you to please deny this move.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Shannon Murphy. I live at 106 Mesa Vista Street. I'm about a 10-minute walk from the proposed site, and my 4-year-old will be going to Gonzales in about a year. I'm totally in favor of this liquor store. I shop at the co-op all the time. When I need to get a bottle of wine for dinner or something, a lot of times I go shop at Whole Foods instead. I'd rather support the co-op and have a liquor store right next door. I also think it's a little bit problematic to just say, well, we don't want a liquor store in our neighborhood because of the problem of people abusing alcohol and the problem of homelessness and the problem of loitering. I think that by isolating ourselves from these problems or trying to push them away from us, we just isolate ourselves from the fact that we've got a lot of really deep problems in New Mexico that maybe people should try to work on as opposed to just keep it away from us. So I have lived next to liquor stores off and on throughout the entire 17 years or so of my adult life. I've never been afraid for my safety because I live near a liquor store. Sometimes there's people that are drinking minis on the street, but to me it doesn't feel any more scary than all of the other elements of poverty and crime that we face in our communities, and I think that we should face them and not try to keep them out of our backyards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ginny Alcott. I live at 139 Sereno Drive in the Casa Solana neighborhood. I live about the same distance from the proposed liquor store as the distance between Gonzalez School and the liquor store. It's about 500 feet. As for convenience, yes, Kelly's would be great. It would be very convenient. I have nothing against Kelly's or the operator. But then I thought, there are a lot of stores in the immediate area. So I did some research, and with little help, I made up this map. I think the counselors can see it. The pink stickies represent liquor stores. No, we've got it here. Represent liquor stores in a 1.5 mile radius of Casa Solana Center. Within that within a 1 mile radius of Solana Center, there are eight liquor stores. Within a 1.5 mile radius, 14 liquor stores. That's a lot. I'm old enough to remember when Barrel House was there, and some of my neighbors also remember with not a lot of fondness for Barrel House. So I did some more research on the effect on neighborhoods as liquor store density increases. There are scores of studies available on the market on the internet. I'll read the results or the findings of some of them. One states there is a greater number of alcohol-related injury crashes in cities or neighborhoods with higher outlet densities. Another study, higher densities of alcohol outlets cause noise, traffic, loitering, and other disturbances of the public peace. Another study, neighborhoods with higher concentrations of liquor stores have higher rates of alcohol-related hospitalizations, drunk driving accidents, pedestrian injuries. Another one of childhood accidents, assaults. High densities of liquor stores are linked to high levels of crime and violence. You get the idea. There's also a great study done by publication by Santa Fe Prevention Alliance that reiterates these findings and states that, or they recommend regulating distance between
Ma'am?
licenses and clusters. So I'd like to wrap up and just say that I'd like you to consider the density of these outlets in the neighborhood, and I would please request that you deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologize.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Cecilia Keogh. I live at 120 Sereno Drive. I'm exactly 3 houses away from this liquor store, proposed liquor store. When my daughter was growing up, there were 17 kids on Sereno Drive. There are now 13 kids on Sereno Drive. Every one of the streets in Casa Solana is loaded with kids. They're coming, on weekends, they're over at the co-op, they're in the parking lot, they're on bikes, they're on skateboards, there's kids everywhere. We're always trying to send a good message to our kids about, alcohol. And, the shopping center is a sweet little place with lots of kids feel real safe there. A lot of times they're without their parents. Putting a liquor store in there is putting 800 families suddenly having a liquor store in their face every single day. Is that really what we want in a neighborhood? When Kelly's is on the corner of Siler and Cerrillos, that's a very busy place. They go in and they go out. the Casa Solana setup for this particular liquor store, there's trees, there's grass, there's an alley, there's sidewalks, there's lots of places to hang out. The Barrel House used to be there 25 years ago. I've been there 30 years. And David Lucero was the owner of the Barrel House, and it was a package liquor store back when you used to drive through, believe it or not, to pick up a six-pack of beer. And he was out there constantly. He was shooing people away. We had problems with vagrancy. We had problems with, inebriated people in the parking lot. He was, constantly out there cleaning up broken glass, litter. It's an element that to bring into a family neighborhood with almost 800 families, I think is a bad decision. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Rodriguez. I live at 123 Solana Drive, and I guess I'm just want to really call attention to the fact that this is a residential shopping center in a residential neighborhood. It's not quite the same as being on Sila Road or even most of the other shopping centers, and as a result, I think the liquor store is not appropriate here. Thank you.
I'm Destiny Krupnik, and we live at...
And my name's Mike Krupnik, Destiny's father, and Kim is here also.
And we live at 1112 South Luna Circle, and I don't think we should have a liquor store there because they send me to the store to get groceries sometimes, and when I'm walking, there's like a ton of other kids going down there, and like after school from Gonzales, kids are sitting there eating ice cream and doing homework. So I feel like if we were to put a liquor store there, it would basically ruin the idea of sending your kid there just to go and like get something or hang out, because there would be a layer of like unsafeness. And yes, most people don't always get drunk at a liquor store, but there's a high chance of it, and making kids who are vulnerable because they don't have parents there at a higher chance of getting in a messy situation.
Thank you.
What she said, what grade are you in? Nicely done. Very good.
I don't know how to follow that. Hi, my name is Sasha Anderson. I live at 149 Alamo Drive. Mayor and councilors, thanks for having me. I'm excited to see so many of my neighbors here tonight. I'm standing here before you to ask you to approve the license. I live one block from the Solana Center. My children, who are both young, like Shannon's, will attend Gonzales in a year and a half. I also take the bus stop there on Rio Vista with my kids often, so kudos to our transit employees who are here tonight. If you don't know, the bus is pretty fabulous. I take a nightly walk with my kids every night, and I also walk in the dark to Thrive Yoga at 6 in the morning, not as often as I should. A couple of years ago, I lost my father to addiction, so I'm pretty familiar with substance abuse. And I also know that transferring a license, we're not talking about creating a new license here, transferring a license doesn't create new addicts. The problem here is not creating new addicts or even addressing addiction, it's addressing our distance from those addicts, our distance from those alcoholics. Hearing my neighborhood association refer to these people as drunks and addicts is problematic, I think. And if that's what we're concerned about, I'd like for us to advocate for addressing poverty, increasing access to quality education. I hear there's a vote on May 2nd, and also access to treatment. As civil servants, you know that laws and regulations are in place for a reason. I would ask you to please respect those laws and regulations which don't give benefit to people with higher socioeconomic status. I'd ask that the council respect the laws, respect the growth of small business, and continue to do such hard work, which I really appreciate, to address poverty, addiction, and education. Thanks so much for your time.
Mayor, City Councilors, Shelley Mann-Lev with the Santa Fe Prevention Alliance, and I'm here to say one word, which is zoning. That, as you know from your experience in addressing alcohol outlet transfers into the city, you are tasked with this public hearing to determine if there's substantial evidence to support that indeed this transfer, which is at least within our borders, so it's one alcohol outlet to another, will impact public health, safety, or morals. And as you can hear, there is significant concern from many of the neighbors. We've also heard other things. And we know alcohol is a very, very significant concern for our community. I do want to thank the mayor and the city for bringing attention to our DWI issue. Things that are associated with alcohol outlet density are things like more DWI, violence, child abuse, many of the concerns that have been raised. And at the same time, I want to let you know that the Santa Fe Prevention Alliance is working with experts from your land use department to develop a plan for a municipal alcohol outlet plan that will allow regulation. At least it looks like it will allow, in terms of there's no preemption, that allows you to set zoning rules like you have done in the airport road area that can impact other parts of the city, probably outside, not including the downtown, which is a very unique area, but other parts of the city, and in particular Cerrillos Road and potentially a highway corridor. So we are working and will be bringing and meeting with city councilors to educate about that possibility of a municipal alcohol plan that will allow the city to take some control over alcohol outlets that are either transferred in or new outlets that are established. So I appreciate all the concern here about alcohol. There is so much to be done, and look forward to working with you on that municipal alcohol plan. Thank you.
Thank you for all your advocacy as well.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name is Daniel Warwath. I live at 1611 Camino Porvenir here in Santa Fe. I'm here to be one of the really lone voices of positivity in these types of meetings, which are always dominated by people who have a higher motivation factor to come and speak. Those are the people who are perceiving a potential for negative impact. The majority of my friends that I've talked to, in fact, every single one of them was in support of this idea of having a liquor store in the grocery store that they use regularly. And I guess the point that I want to get across is most of the people I told I was coming to a city council meeting tonight to talk about this said you have to go to a city council meeting for that because it's so elemental. It's beyond normal average Santa Feans comprehension that you would actually need to come to a city council meeting to represent a business owner who you don't know to be able to provide a service that you wish you could have at your local shopping center. So I tried to objectively quantify this. I looked at Nextdoor, which I'm sure a lot of you guys know about. There's a really long thread on there. There's a few threads, but I took the longest one. There were 79 responses to that thread. I went through and I isolated positives, neutrals, and negative comments based on people. And what I got were 21 people in favor, 9 people who were neutral, like why are we even talking about this, and 3 people opposed. So let's look at the big picture here. The vast majority of people are not offended by this idea. They are actually excited by the idea of being able to shop at a New Mexico local grocery store and be able to buy a 6-pack of beer and do their laundry and go home. And this is not a big deal. It should not be a controversial issue. This is not increasing the amount of liquor stores in our city. This is about proximity. And for many of the people that live off of West Alameda or in the Agua Fria corridor, this is an immense convenience that's going to help drive more business to our local businesses that are there in the shopping center already. I know for sure I make that decision all the time. I need a 6-pack and some groceries. Do I go to Sprouts or do I go to the Co-op? And I go to Sprouts. I'd rather go to the Co-op. Thank you.
Stephanie Beninato. I do not live in the Casa Solana area. I do go over there sometimes to do laundry, go to the restaurants, and go to the Co-op. I am happy to hear from Shelley that the city has finally taken my suggestion to have a liquor distribution plan, or at least is thinking about working on a liquor distribution plan, which I have been advocating for probably at least 3 years. And that's why I actually got up to speak now, because I was looking at that map and thinking, why don't we have a liquor distribution plan here? This would be helpful if you had some standards as to how close things needed to be or how far away. And depending, again, is it the BCD where every other store has liquor, or is it in a residential area and perhaps you want more distance. I happen to live in South Capitol, and on my street at one end is CVS Pharmacy that sells alcohol, as well as Trader Joe's, and then on the other end there's Allsup's. And sure, there are homeless people, and there are people who buy alcohol and then sit behind dumpsters on businesses in the evening and drink and sleep outside. I actually am friendly with some of those people, and I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with the city continuously approving alcohol at new locations without a plan to distribute it evenly and in a way that's rational. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Andrea Markowitz, and my address is 147 Solana Drive in Casa Solana. I've been living in Casa Solana for 4 years, and before my husband and I bought our house, we were considering buying a house on Hickok Street, which was about a block and a half away from Owl Liquor. We were concerned about being near a liquor store, so we spoke to neighbors in the area, and several of them told us that a lot of the people that go to Owl Liquor not only hang out around the liquor store, but they also go to sleep and fall asleep in front of their houses. As a resident of Casa Solana, I really don't want that to happen, and I urge you to please vote against the liquor store. I'm also concerned, I live very close to Solana Center. I'm concerned about drunk driving. I'm concerned about cars getting dinged, and I agree with everything anybody else has said that is against building a liquor store in Casa Solana. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming tonight, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. My name is Johnny Bell. I'm a lifetime resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico, fourth generation growing up in Torreon neighborhood. I went to Gonzales Elementary School, K through 6th grade. Had several friends in Casa Solana and Torreon neighborhood, like I said, my entire life living there. I walked by the old liquor store daily on my way home from school. I never saw any threats, never felt threatened, never felt fear for my safety. I'm an advocate for a walkable community and a bikeable community. I feel like a liquor store in Casa Solana would benefit both those, as well as drawing additional business to our local businesses and helping businesses in Casa Solana and the greater West Alameda district thrive. I'd like to speak in favor of the liquor store. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else from the public like to address the council regarding this item? Okay, the public hearing is closed. All right. Questions from the council? Yolanda, I guess I wanted to ask a quick question. I didn't necessarily see in the application the operator, I know is operating the Kelly's Liquor Store on Cerrillos. Have there been any citations, do you know of, on the Cerrillos Road for sale or inappropriate sales?
Mayor Gonzalez, councilors, I do not know of any citations. I don't normally check into to see if there's been any citations. The applicant is here
Right.
if you would like to ask them
Who's
directly.
representing the can the applicant come forward, please? Can you just answer that question? Have you operate the Kelly's on Cerrillos and Siler, correct? Actually, can you go ahead, state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is James Joe. I'm from 4383 Waking Sky. I'm living away from the liquor store. I'm proposing that.
James, real quick. Actually, I understand you guys operate more than one. You operate more than one
we
liquor
have
store.
one on Siler Road in Cerrillos, and another one is a Cerrillos and Zafrano Road.
That's the Kelly. Is there other stores that you operate?
No, other ones owned by individual owner, but we, my family own those two.
Okay.
And the ones that we relocating is on Cerrillos and Zafrano Road, Kelly Liquor to the Solana Center.
So you'll be moving off Cerrillos and Zaffarano
Yeah,
to...
we lease is up and the landlord charging too much, way over the market rent.
Can you tell us if you've received any citations since you've been operating either stores?
No, we've been here for 20 years. Maybe one it was a long time ago. I wasn't here, but it was just a common citation. Not really sure.
Right. Okay. So do you know about how long it?
No,
Been a while. All right. Okay. We're gonna thank you. Stand by in case the council has any more
Okay.
questions of you regarding your application.
Well, one more thing, all the staff and the owners and managers, we are taking classes and taking tests, and we follow the rules and laws and regulations. So we were trained how to handle all the drunk people, intoxicated people. We are been doing for 20 years. So
20 years here in Santa Fe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Mayor, just real quick, Yolanda, so what's, I've asked this before, but just for the public and so that we all know, what's the process? We either give an approval, if we recommend a denial, then what's the process?
Thank you. Mayor Gonzalez, councilors, Councilor Dominguez, so you do have the option, either approval or denial. If you do deny this, it is sent to the Alcohol Gaming. We have to provide minutes of our meeting stating the grounds for denial, and then the State Alcohol and Gaming reviews those. Kelly may want to talk a little bit more of the grounds for denial, if you'd like that.
Well, I'm just curious
What
about
you
the
would base
process.
it on.
You don't have to, Kelly. I'll just make my point. Nicole, you've always been around for a while, and when we were trying to fight the liquor license at Airport and Meadows, you were there in No, Nicole, you spoke up during that debate. If you didn't speak up, you were at least mentioned to me that you were not in support of that liquor license transfer at Airport and Meadows. That was the giant one. So I just want to say that I appreciate that. And I'm kind of torn on this issue because on one hand, it's one less liquor store on Cerrillos Road in an area that has some challenges. But on the other hand, the state tries to make this like it's we have local control over the issue, and we really don't. Because when we fought the giant station at Airport and Meadows, we had some pretty solid grounds, I thought. It was just a simple interpretation of the law, and the state basically overturned the local jurisdiction that we had and did whatever it is that they wanted to. So I'm kind of torn on this in some ways. I'm not going to support the application just to be consistent with my position on other establishments. There is an appeal process that more than likely will be overturned by the state. And so what I say is if the state doesn't want to really give us true local control over those things, let them take the responsibility for the impacts. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most difficult liquor license transfer cases we've had. We can look at the hard and fast rules, and one of them is it within 300 feet of a church or a school? Technically, no, but another 150 feet, and there's an elementary school there. So I've got, even though it meets the letter of the law based on that separation, an extra 150 feet doesn't make me feel any better about this. But then again, it is a transfer. I'm not sure that this is a very good location. I think by virtue of the location in terms of ready access to St. Francis, in terms of quick ingress and egress from that large shared parking lot in that development, I don't think the traffic is going to be very heavy in terms of or at least relative to an outlet along some of the major arterials like St. Francis Drive or Sirius Road. I do have concerns also with the proximity to our Santa Fe River Trail. It's a multi-use trail. We have a lot of folks that walk. That's why that trail is extra wide, because it's meant to be shared with bicyclists and folks that want to walk. It is close to some existing parks and some senior facilities, but I think it's not a moat, but you have the Santa Fe River. So I'm not too concerned about any impacts to the local parks with it being established. And I guess it's a question, if you could maybe step up in the floor plan, you show more shelves of wine than hard liquor. Is that a reflection of your actual or intended setup, or?
Yes, because trying to put more higher end wine and microbrewery, trying to get more higher end customer. So because of location, I think it sell more than my current location. That's why I decided to add more wine and I'm putting less in the liquor, the spirits, but I'm adding more wines and microbrewery beers.
So I see that
higher demand, yeah.
you have a walk-in cooler whose access is near the entrance. Can you just tell me, how's that going to work? If I want a 6-pack of beer, there's no need for me to actually go inside? Will the transaction take place right near the entrance if I want some beer from the walk-in cooler? How is that going to work?
From entrance, there's a walk-in cooler on the right-hand side. So it's cash register right next to the entrance. So people grab a 6-pack beer, come up, and we just scan. They leave at the door, and the wine on the left-hand side. It's currently a smaller space than my Sirius Road and Zaffarano Road, so we reduced a lot of the numbers of wines and not wine, but the hard liquor and the beers.
I guess just to close my comments, I was looking at the size of that parking lot. It's quite large. I mean, it's not like there are 2 or 3 businesses here and then all of a sudden you have a liquor store. There are many businesses in this development with a very large shared parking lot. So I'm not sure that the disruption is going to be all that great with the liquor store, but again, I think the thing that bothers me is the residential nature of the area and the fact that it's only 450 feet from an elementary school. So I don't know. I want to hear my colleagues, but this is by far, I think, the toughest liquor license transfer case, that at least that I've been a part of, and I think everybody knows my family. We used to be in this business, and I'm not going to let that influence at least my decision. But I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues. But I do have some concerns about this. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some concerns about this in terms of that poster that was up here. And I actually went and drove today from the Solana Center to Owl Liquor Store, and then I drove from Solana Center to Sprouts, which CVS is prior to that. But it seems like within a very small geographic area, we have an awful lot of liquor outlets. And I'm not exactly sure that we need another one there. On this drawing that I see here, I see wine, I see hard liquor. Is this store going to sell miniatures?
Currently we're selling miniature, but we haven't decided exactly what we're gonna do, because we're gonna definitely reduce like low value beer and wine liquors, so we can eliminate those lower end. I don't want to be discriminating, like separate people, but that will help a more safer, custom, cleaner neighborhood.
So are you planning to sell miniatures at this store?
If it that effect, I don't know. I haven't decided that part. But,
So that doesn't sound like a no.
I can't say no. Well, if it really affect the neighborhood and everything, then it's not a big, huge deal. We can eliminate miniature.
If you were to sell miniatures there, where would they be on this floor plan?
Behind the cash register.
Uh-huh.
But we're gonna definitely reduce amount of number miniature. But if it's really effective, any approval, then I'm willing to,
Thank you, sir.
delete the miniatures.
I'll yield, Chair, or Mayor, thank you.
Villarreal, then Ives, then Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for joining us this evening to let us know your thoughts on this particular issue. We actually usually don't get this many people for a particular liquor license, so I appreciate your perspectives. And I don't necessarily have any questions. I think the information that everybody has shared is important. There was two women that spoke, Sasha and Shannon, that really, their comments really resonated with me, because I'm not opposed to liquor licenses, but I am opposed to judgment of people who actually go to liquor stores and frequent those areas and making judgment of the type of people. To me, it's more about the social inequities that we face and plague our community that's really the issue that at hand, versus people that go to liquor stores. So I don't think that's the issue. To me, it's more about location of our establishments, and this map shows clearly, but I had actually thought there was less when I was thinking about all the outlets that were in the area, and there's 14 in that radius, and that was more than I thought. So as much as I respect the opinions of folks wanting to have a liquor license, and I'm very much in favor of having that liquor license be transferred somewhere else out of the Siler and Sorios area because of the issues, not even just
Zaffarano.
Oh, it's Zaffarano. Okay, well, that area too. But both of them are very problematic in terms of how people access it, but also accidents and locations of, where they're located. I think it's problematic. So in that regard, I feel like when I look at the establishments and I think about where I shop, I don't necessarily think another liquor establishment is necessary, and that we have a sufficient amount in the surrounding areas. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I have a question for the city attorney. Sorry. Kelly, I know in the past when we have looked at these, somewhere in our materials, our sort of standard of review is set forth, and I'm wondering if you can just briefly explain that and what level of specificity is presumably required in terms of any finding.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, Councilor Ives, as you know from these discussions in the past, they have been granted a preliminary license. They come here for a review, and you are looking at public health, safety, and morals, and looking at specific instances where there have been problems with the operator or the location. There's been a lot of discussion about density, and we don't have a density regulation now except on Airport Road. So as Yolanda pointed out, you have an option to approve or deny. If you deny, it does go back to AGD.
So, a question about the operator and whether or not we have any testimony with regards to specifics where there has been inappropriate behavior or failure to operate in accordance with law. We also have references to the location and the possibility of any problems at the particular location. And honestly, at least in what is before us, I do not see any specifics about any problems with the operator, and I don't see any specifics about problems with the particular location. The only thing we have is an institution, the Barrel House, I guess, that used to be located there years ago, but which has been long since departed. So, at least on the record in front of us, I do not see the basis for a denial because there are no specifics that lead me to conclude that it should be opposed. So, that's all I have. Thank you.
On that point, Madam Chair.
Councillor?
Just real quickly on that point, thank you for that, Councillor Ives, because in the past we have provided pretty rather detailed information about crash data and, you know, all sorts of other things. And still, even at that point, the state basically overturned the decision that we made. So, but I appreciate that. For the record, I would just hope that if someone makes a motion not to support this, that some of that be part of the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So in the 70s, I lived on Spruce Street, and I remember Barrel House very well. I don't know if I walked or drove, but I know I certainly went there. For the last 30-some years, I've lived in Villa Caballero subdivision, and sometimes I walk to Rodeo Plaza Liquors, and sometimes I drive to pick up a six-pack. To me, I support this. I think it's part of a shopping center. Is something that people buy. I think there's a better range of products in a full-service liquor store, and you know, I haven't really. If density is not a reason to deny, I don't see any. Even though it may be denser than other locations in town, then I mean I can't find myself denying on the basis of perceived density. So I don't know the facilities, the operators that well. I've been by their facility at Seiler Road. That's a difficult, in terms of traffic is the issue there. So I'm in favor of approving this application for a transfer. That's all I have, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. It is hard because we go through these. I mean, for 11 years I've gone through these liquor transfers, and I always hear the same stories. And I understand public safety. That's always the argument that I hear is about public safety. We don't want anybody to get hurt. We know that. But here at the same time too, I like to encourage businesses to come to this community, because for too much time I keep hearing people say, I don't even want to open a business here in Santa Fe. It's a transfer, and I know one thing always plays, to some councilors, there are too many liquor stores in this community. We're not adding a liquor store. It's a transfer. The way we talk about, we have regulations that say how far a liquor store should be from a school. I know you're saying, Councilor Maestas, that there's like 150 feet buffer, that they have that leeway. By law, they're within that buffer. They are not breaking any law. They're within that, within compliance, so they're in compliance. We talk about density. We could do the same thing for excuse me, stores. You know, you have right here at the DeVargas Mall, you have an Albertsons, and on the directly on the other side, you have a Sprouts. Is that too many shopping stores, you know, shopping places to have in one mall? That's not for me to say. That's a business trying to thrive in this community, and that's all I see is this business just wants to move their business to another side of the community where they're not breaking any laws, they're within compliance, and I know there are issues that people have, you know, because it's in their neighborhood, you know, in our neighborhood, you know, the Balma neighborhood, as Councilor Harris said, we have, you know, Rodeo Liquors. Wonderful people, the Ortizes. You know, so to me, I really don't see a problem with this person, you know, transferring their liquor license to another part. Like I've heard people say, you know, people shop at the co-op, and they're gonna go get a 6-pack. It happens all over the city, everywhere. You shop someplace and then you go get a 6-pack somewhere. You know, if that's your thing, that's what you want to drink. You know, I think we have a lot of laws on the books, but the minute you start saying alcohol in this city, it sends up a red flag. It always has, and I don't want to discourage businesses from, you know, not coming to this community. And you know, here you have somebody that's been in this community 20 years. They're just moving their license to another part of the town. I don't really see a problem with that at all. I mean, you know, they're in compliance. To me, there's no reason that they should be denied. You know, to me, there is nothing that would work against them to have this transfer. So that's all I'll leave it at.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a tricky issue, and I'm afraid at the end of it all, the state will end up overriding whatever decision we make if we decide to deny. And just like they did on Airport Road with the Giant, it'll end up being there. And the case with Giant, it was within 300 feet of a school. So, but I don't think that that really will keep me from doing what I think is the right thing. And really hearing from our only student from Gonzales, it really resonated with me that her and her friends go there. They hang out there at the little strip mall, and they you know, eat ice cream or do whatever. And unfortunately, you don't know the safety issues that are going to be caused by this liquor store until it's actually opened. You don't know what kind of people it's going to draw. You don't know what kind of people are going to be hanging out there. So really, for me, the safety issue with the kids, and whether it's 300 feet from a school or 310 feet from a school, I think the kids are worth trying to take care of. And if the state decides they want to overturn something, well, that's up to the state. At least here, I feel like I'm doing the right thing. So thank you for stepping up on behalf of you and all your classmates, and really letting us know how you felt. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, or Mayor.
Okay. Further questions, discussion? All right. What's the pleasure of the council?
Move to approve.
Discussion on the motion. All right. Roll call.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Trujillo? Yes. Councilor Villarreal?
No.
Councilor Dominguez? Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Ives?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
No.
Councilor Maestas?
Pass.
You were the last. You're the last one. You can't pass.
Oh, am I? Oh.
Yes.
I'm going to vote for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, you have a tie vote.
It is this is one of those tough situations for sure. One of the things I appreciate about the work of Councilor Dominguez and the Prevention Alliance is this effort to create some zoning and working with our land use department to address the issue of density. We're not there yet, but I'm counting on the fact that I know that it's something that's a priority for you. in lieu of it, it's very hard to say no at a point where legally I don't see the path that we can. I understand the statement of values by the council tonight and why you've said what you've said, and I think that that's representative of all our concerns that we have about reducing the impacts of driving under the influence. But if I've got to break the tie as I do, I think it's important to stand with where the city needs to be regarding the law in these efforts, knowing that our hands are somewhat tied. And I'm going to vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 4, request of the approval for the Office of Affordable Housing. And one excuse, Councilor Dominguez. Thank you very much, Councilor, for your efforts tonight. Request for approval of the Office of Affordable Housing Draft 2017-2018 Annual Action Plan. This is for items A, B, and C is listed. We're going to go into the public hearing portion of this stage and just ask on matters as it relates to all of item 4, would any member of the public like to address the council regarding this issue? All right, come on up.
Stephanie Beninato. I just, on a general note, and for this particular issue, is that it seems that the city does contract out a lot of services, not only in the affordable housing arena, but also for IT, and I'm sure for the collection of the sugar tax. So again, I just kind of wonder about all of that and all these contracts and how some of them are such under that mark where they really have to be disclosed fully. So we have a lot of contracts that the public is not aware of. And I think like the $100,000 contract here, yes, you will be, but there are, again, many contracts that the city engages in that the public really doesn't know about and doesn't understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Councilor, I'm Ken Hughes, speaking once tonight. I'm also on the community development. Is that better? Okay. Yep. I'm pleased to serve on the city's Community Development Commission, where we've looked through these different items for affordable housing and really urge your support for them. They're really vitally needed to move housing for those who need it the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Daniel Warwath, 1611 Camino Porvenir. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of New Mexico Interfaith Housing, someone who's worked here in Santa Fe for the last 13 or 14 years on affordable housing issues. I just want to commend the city for their continued dedication to affordable housing and the use of federal funding like CDBG to support affordable housing activities, because a lot of communities just pave roads in low-income census tracts and call it a day, and you don't, and that's a really great thing, and it's an innovative thing that you do as a city. I'd like to just encourage you too to be thinking proactively about the potential loss of CDBG funding in future years, and that we need to be working now to think about how we replace this housing funding. That this is great, but it would be great if there was another 0 on the end of this. We could be doing a lot more. You know, when we look at our housing plan, even the statistics in our most recent housing plan mask the fact that rental rates have gone up 25% nearly in the last 2 years. Our vacancy rates in rental housing is essentially 0. We need very strong proactive strategies, systemic strategies for dealing with this rental housing crisis we're facing. And I hope that that can be something that rises to the level of attention for both our housing department and our elected leaders in the city. This is a silent issue. These are people who you don't hear from at city council meetings. These are people that just move away and you never hear from them again, and you wonder years later why our tax base isn't there. But those are the people that are living in our community and buying our products and contributing to GRT, which is such a big part of our municipal revenue, that I just want to hope that we can really focus in on this issue of rental housing and come up with both kind of small strategies like the nascent idea of ADUs for rental housing, but also big strategies for making sure that we're addressing rental housing across the income spectrum, because that's really just an important stepping stone for everyone in our community. So thank you again for your attention to the issues of affordable housing and keeping us as a national leader in the country in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
My name is Paul Goblet. I know some of you know my son, Chris Goblet, who's really tried to do a number of things in Santa Fe to attract and retain young people. One of the things, by the way, I'm on the Community Development Corporation as a commission member. The number one item highlighted is rental housing. Now, you can put a word in front of that called affordable rental housing, but when you have 98% plus occupancy, Christa St. Vincent's just hired 14 doctors. One of their biggest concerns was, where are these people going to live? That's not a financial issue for these doctors. It's a real issue of availability. And as a city, if we are going to be viable, if we are going to be vibrant, if we're going to attract and retain people, particularly young people, we have to, and I know you all have numerous things that are pressing issues, but we have to pay attention to rental housing in the city of Santa Fe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to address the council from the public? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Any questions regarding item A? This is request for approval of professional services agreement for the 2017-2018 CDBG estimated allocation in the amount of $400,000. It's a pleasure of the council. Councilor Villarreal. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few comments as the chair of the CDC. I wanted to thank staff for doing a great job, very thorough in the allocation of grant monies. And it's not contracts per se for just random people. These are experts in our community. These are nonprofits that know the issues through and through. So I feel pretty confident with the grants going to the folks that were selected. And this is why I had brought up earlier about the need for rental assistance, because of the fact that some of these grants do go towards that goal, but some of them are restricted. So if we are able to have rental assistance that we control from a discretionary pool, it would be very helpful because of the fact that there's such a great need. The other thing I was going to recognize is the commissioners that did attend and stuck through this with us. Commissioner Hughes and Goblet, and I appreciate all the work you do and commitment to the commission, as well as the other members. And other than that, I will, there was something else I was going to add, yes, but there was something else. I think that's it, other than I appreciate the staff, the work you do, and I'm very happy. This is one of the committees I love, so thank you. And I move to approve.
Second.
All right.
Under discussion, which are the committees that you don't love?
I love them all, but I'm on too many,
Out of
so.
order. She loves them all. Roll call.
Mayor, so we're going to need 4 votes on this. The first one will be
This
on
is for item A, correct.
It'll be actually item 4 will be the first one, unless
Item
you want to
4.
skip to
No,
item
no,
A.
All right, fine. Item 4.
Okay, item 4.
Councilor Villarreal, was that,
That
will you
fine?
just state for the record that that was what you stated? Or that was a motion for?
That it was for all 3, A, B, and C, or did you say we have to do them
We're
separate?
gonna
We're going to
make
do them
a
all
sep-
separate. but we
So
gotta
move to
start with-
approve item 4A.
Nope, just 4.
Okay, so 4.
Okay, 4.
Yes.
I got you off track. 'cause
Got you. 4 is the request to approval for the affordable housing
Yes.
draft,
Right.
2017-18
And
annual
there's-
action plan.
You agree with the second?
Yes.
Okay, roll
Yes.
call.
Councillor Trujillo? Yes. Councillor Villarreal?
Yes.
Councillor Dominguez is not here, I'm sorry. Councillor Harris? Councillor Ives?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Maestas?
Yes.
Councillor Rivera?
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes, on to item A, Councilor Villarreal.
Move to approve item 4A, request for approval for PSA for the CDBG grant allocation.
Second.
Discussion, roll call.
Councillor Villarreal?
Yes.
Councillor Harris? Councillor Ives?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Maestas?
Yes.
Councillor Rivera?
Yes.
Councillor Trujillo? Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you, motion is approved.
Moving on.
Move to approve 4A, the request for
This is item B, we just approved.
Sorry, 4B is what I meant. CDBG grant administration in the amount of $100K.
Second.
Roll call.
Councillor Harris? Yes. Councillor Ives?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Maestas?
Yes.
Councillor Rivera?
Yes.
Councillor Trujillo? Counselor Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Move to approve 4C, the request for professional PSA for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund allocations.
Second.
Roll call.
Yes. Counselor Ives.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Maestas.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Trujillo. Counselor Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Sorry. Counselor Harris, is that a yes? And Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Nice work. Thank you guys for sticking around tonight and all the work that you're doing. Really good job. Thank you. Thank you to our partners. Okay, we're going to move on to item 5, which is consideration of resolution 2017
36.
36. I just want to ask real quick, Yolanda, can we, the item
Yes,
5
you-
and item 6 are the same development, correct?
Yes, you can hear them together.
We'll be able to hear them together?
Separate
Okay.
votes, but you can hear them together.
All right, so we're gonna hear item 5 and item 6. We'll take separate votes. These are both case 2017-7 and 2017-8. At 1611 Alcaldesa Street Rail Yard Master Plan Amendment and the Rail Yard Development Plan. So we're gonna move to the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the council regarding this issue? Please step forward.
I'll swear in anyone that's going to speak.
These are for members of the public from the public hearing. The applicants, Richard, you can, you're part of the application side, right? Yes, stand tight. And we'll do it if we have questions for you. Oh,
Yes.
actually, hold on. Let's just do members of the public. Let's do public hearing first, and then we'll go to the applicants.
Okay, so we'll just swear in members of the public. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Stephanie, are you speaking, sir? Thank you. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Welcome, Councilor Ives. Okay, come on up. I'm sorry, Councilor Calvert.
Last I looked in the mirror, no.
I was looking right at you, and I called you Councilor Ives, so both of you are on.
I'm sorry for you.
So we wanted 2 minutes would be the allotment for the public
Well,
hearing.
thank you. My name is Chris Calvert, and I'll keep it real brief, given the hour and what you still have in front of you. I'm very much in favor of this. I am on the Santa Fe Rail Yard Board, so I acknowledge that. We've worked hard to round out the development and the amenities at the rail yard. I think this project will provide a complement to the other uses at the rail yard, plus it'll provide use in this community that is not being filled at all or very adequately. So I think that it'll be an asset to the not only the rail yard but the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Calvert.
Stephanie Benenato. Unfortunately, this is a very vague description, and what bothers me is going from 2 one-story buildings to 1 3-story building, and it seems that the rail yard has a plan, but that they're always coming in to change the plan. So the public supported the original plans, and they have been greatly changed over time. In particular, ironically, talking about affordable housing, the apartments that were approved there that are far from affordable. And even though you say you want people to live in the downtown, doesn't really seem that you walk the talk. And again, I don't know if this is commercial or this is residential. If it is residential, again, I think that there are some tall buildings down there already, but I do think it changes the landscape in the downtown, in what is essentially downtown, by having a 3-story, 11,000 square foot building. It seemingly yesterday, the historic board was put under a lot of pressure to approve a 4-story building at the Inn at Loretto. And again, I think that those kinds of things do change the character of the downtown. I think that we did get a National Geographic Award for our low buildings, And this concerns me. And in terms of if it is for housing, then I do think it needs to be affordable housing. And there are studies that show that for children to succeed, they need to be able to live in affluent neighborhoods, not in not in a development that only has affordable housing. That actually excuse me, I can't think of the word. It actually prevents them from moving out of poverty and actually will encourage, if not confine them to generational poverty by not having diversity, economic diversity within neighborhoods. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, councilors. My name is Eric Gent. My wife and I have the Rail Yard Performance Center on Paseo de Peralta. We also live on Allereid Street. We're watching the new apartment building, Peter Aberg's building, go up behind our house. I've known Rose for 10 or 12 years and trust her judgment implicitly with the projects that she has developed in the rail yard. And Mr. Banowski has done a good job over there with the movie theater. I would encourage you to support this project. And that's about all I have to say. Make it brief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. What's the pleasure of the council? The public hearing is closed. Moving on to case 2017-07. Any questions? Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions on this. In our packet, on page 17 of the packet, perhaps Richard, yeah. On Hi, Richard. How are you?
Mr. Mayor, good evening. Councilor Lindell.
Just a couple questions. On page 17 of the packet, these are from the notes from the Planning Commission, and you stated the revenue from the restaurant will offset lower revenue from the leases on the other 2 floors. Could you talk about that a little bit and how I would know that that's true?
Councilor Lindell, if I may, I'd like to defer that to the developer who's actually going to be collecting the rent.
Okay.
If I may.
All right, don't go away, though.
I won't. I'll be right here. Do you want her to answer the question?
That's fine, yeah.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Gonzalez, councilors. Thank you very much for hearing about our project this evening. I'm sorry, Rose Utton Starsmere. My apologies. I'm very, very excited to be here tonight to present this project to you. I think it's going to be, certainly for my work, since I've been a developer in the rail yard since 2005 with the very first renovation project, I think this will be the project that I'm most proud of, because I think it does fulfill what the intent of the rail yard is, which is to help create small, local, vibrant businesses. There are 3 floors. I don't know if we can get a visual, but on the first floor we have very small retail. It's anywhere from 200 square feet to 500 square feet. We really want to encourage local craftspeople and small businesses to come into our building. So on the first floor we're providing very small retail. The second floor we're providing small offices. So this is an opportunity for small businesses to enter into the rail yard where they have not had that opportunity before. But to answer your question, Councilor Lindell, in order to keep those spaces affordable, we really have to have more space available and at least one tenant who is paying on a regular monthly basis, because our intent is to also have leases that are more flexible. Traditionally, if you want to be a downtown business, you really have to commit yourself to paying $3,000 to $5,000 a month for at least 5 years. And we're trying to keep the rents much lower, and we're trying to have much more flexible leases so that businesses can enter leases with one rate, and then we can be more flexible with them. Does that answer your question?
It does answer my question. Could you look at page 193 of the packet? It's titled Parking Requirements Per Code.
Yes, if I may, I'd like to have Richard answer.
That's fine. Parking requirements per code talks about office, and then it talks about commercial. And the, it adds up to approximately 7,000 square feet, the two square footages listed. But this project actually is 11,000 square feet, correct?
That's correct. The way the city code reads for parking is that it's only the functional spaces that get counted. The elevators, the restrooms, corridors don't go into the calculation to determine the number of parking spaces. If we looked at this building on a gross basis, so a more conservative look at it, it would require 22 spaces instead of 18. So there would be, if we included the restrooms, the corridors, the elevators, the mechanical rooms, it would only require 4 more spaces. So 22.
So what you're saying is, I mean, this adds up to 7, so you're saying that the 4,000 extra square feet would only require an extra 4 spaces? Because I'm seeing that this building is 11,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm. So no, I'm sorry. It would be more than that. But
Okay.
even at 350, there would be 6 more spaces, right? So it's.
All right, you don't
Yeah.
need to tell me how, you don't need to calculate it, I just didn't think that it was 4, that's
Right.
all. You know, the problem that we hear all the time, and I know you do too, is about parking in the rail yard. And there's a parking reconciliation conditions versus master plan. Let me, before I get specific about that, how many changes have there been to the master plan at the rail yard?
10 to date. 10 approved changes.
10 to date? Okay, just curious. On that reconciliation grid, it's minorly misleading, because I think that on the area number 7, Gross Kelly, it has 62 spaces, master planned out for 55, so it has a +7. But those spaces actually aren't really available without being paid parking during the day. Is that right?
Councilor Lindell, that is correct, but all the parking in the rail yard is paid. And in fact, Gross Kelly Warehouse LLC has an agreement with the city, a separate parking agreement to ensure that those spaces are made available to the public. And it does allow for those spaces to be revenue producing for Gross Kelly.
Are they revenue producing past 5 o'clock?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I just think that, you know, I've had the conversation before. We have some growing pains. We're becoming, we're a small city, and we're having some issues that cities have, one of them being parking. And it's a big jump for people to go from being able to drive up right to the front door of where they want to go and get out of the car and walk in, as opposed to perhaps walking 2 blocks. And those are growing pains that we're having and that we hear about, and I know that you hear about them too. But all in all, I think that this looks like really a wonderful addition. to the rail yard. And the drawings that I've seen, I think it's exciting, and I hope that the project comes out of the ground very, very quickly. How many more spaces do we have left in the rail yard?
Councilor Lindell, if this project is approved this evening, we have one parcel left, the one next to Warehouse 21 on Paseo de Peralta. So in the North Rail Yard, we'll have one. We have 3 left in Baca at this point, but we'll be bringing a project to council later this year for another residential project that'll take 2 of those parcels.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you.
Make a motion, Councilor Harris?
Yeah, just want to say how glad I am to be at the home stretch, quite frankly. The only thing I really checked on was to confirm the master plan was approved in January of 2002. Here we are 15 years later. It's been a slog, Mr. Chosky. Thanks for hanging in there, quite frankly, and to your board. And I think this will be a great project, and I wish it every success. That's it.
Motion?
Yes, move to.
Second.
Councilor Lynch.
This is for 2017-7, case 2017-7.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Maestas.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Trujillo. Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Harris. Councilor Ives.
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is
Moving on
approved.
to item 6, case 2017-08, Councilor Harris.
Move to approve.
Roll call.
Councilor Ives.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell. Yes. Councilor Maestas.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Trujillo. Yes. Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is
Thank you all
approved.
for your patience tonight. Really appreciate it. All right, we're going to move back to the afternoon session. I believe we're on matters from the city manager.
Mayor, I have none.
Okay, then we are, assuming there's matters from the, can we go to matters from the governing body? We'll start with Councilor Mastis. Let's
Yeah,
just
I'm
do
sure-
communications real quick. Do you have any, Councilor? Or go ahead, Councilor Mastis.
I'm sure Brian Snyder mentioned I was on business travel, returning back to the council meeting, and my flight out of Austin was delayed, so otherwise I would have been here on time. So anyway, I know that I asked that the Crossroads study be pulled, and thank you for doing that at Brian's request on my behalf. And I just wanted to recognize the work of economic development and Ross Cheney. I really think that, the whole effort to really revisit our economic development plan, code, direction, framework, including the role of the city government, which I think was one of the central themes in that Crossroads study. So I just wanted to at least take this opportunity and recognize economic development. I think it very illuminating, and I think maybe even validates a lot of things that we all thought but never really saw in writing, and something that was quite placed in that way through that report. And then I just wanted to welcome my colleague back. Glad to see you up and running. I mean, hell, you had major motions to the budget waiting in the hopper, so that fueled you, I think. It didn't diminish you in any way, but it's great to see you back, Councilor Ives.
Thank you. Great to be back.
That's all I had, Mayor.
Councilor Trio. I have nothing, Mayor. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to introduce an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Economic Development Plan, approving and adopting a local economic development project participation agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Second Street Brewery for expansion of their manufacturing facility, a local economic development project. That's all I have.
All right, Councilor Villarreal.
I have nothing, but I'm going to read for Councilor Dominguez his introduction for a resolution increasing the operating mill levy property tax within the municipal boundaries of the City of Santa Fe to maintain the current total property tax rate of 2.817. Thank you.
Councilor Ives.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to introduce, but I would join as a co-sponsor on the item introduced on behalf of Councilor Dominguez. I would join as a co-sponsor to the matter introduced by Councilor Harris, and I would also join as a co-sponsor of the matter to be introduced by Councilor Lindell.
Thank you.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm introducing an ordinance relating to the Santa Fe Traffic Operations Program.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish my grandson a happy birthday. It was past Sunday. He's 1 year old today.
Grandpa.
That was a lot of fun. And then happy birthday to my daughter Samantha, who turned the big 2-0 on April 20th. So.
Terrific.
You're so young. Wow, Grandpa. All right, any other? Okay, moving on to the city attorney, Councilor Rivera. Or Kelly, do you want to speak?
Mayor, councilors, I recommend that we go into executive session on the matters listed in the agenda.
Is there a motion? Roll call?
Councilor Maestas?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Trujillo?
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal? Councilor Villarreal? Thank you. Councilor Harris? Yes. Councilor Ives?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? And Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Save me, Jude. I was already getting down to the 20% range.
The 20%. We got to come back, right? Okay. Del Charo.
Have you ever tried
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the governing body come out of executive session stating for the record that the discussion in executive session was limited to the matters noted on the agenda.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal? Councilor Harris? Councilor Ives? Councilor Lindell? Councilor Maestas?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Trujillo? Not here. Mayor Gonzalez? Thank you.
Mayor,
Motion is
I just
approved.
wanted to make a quick announcement, and I'm not sure if the council's aware of this, but the Annunciation House, it's a pro-immigrant organization, is going to award the city the Voice of the Voiceless Award in recognition for our sanctuary resolution. So I wanted to thank my co-sponsors and the entire council really for really, being visionary. And the mayor's going to be down there on Saturday, and he's going to accept an award on behalf of the city. But congrats to everybody.
Get out and vote.